officially start the meeting. Porter, we'll have you go ahead and give some housekeeping, and then we'll have Sherry follow up with some technical information.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name is Porter Arneal, and as Mayor Ananda said, I'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting tonight. With me is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. She'll work alongside Mayor Ananda to facilitate the meeting proceedings. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone else to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, I may mute or unmute people as needed. Each time you speak, please remember to state your name and title for the benefit of those listening remotely. In the menu, you can also turn your camera on or off by clicking the video icon. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on during the meeting. If you are participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom, somewhere on your screen you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Ananda.
All right, and I will ask Sherry to go ahead and share the information that she has for us this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just want to provide a few reminders that to ensure that the provisions of the Kansas Open Meetings Act are met. Commissioners, please remember to state your name and title each time you speak. All motions need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. The mayor will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. Various members of city staff are present via Zoom, and they must also state their name and title each time they speak. Members of the public are allowed to speak to certain agenda items. Those items are specifically noted on the meeting agenda. Individuals who signed up in advance to provide public comment remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. The mayor will then call for in-person public comment for those without access to technology options. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak, following social distancing and safety protocols. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. Again, I just want to remind everyone to please mute yourself when you are not speaking.
Thank you, Sherry, and thank you, Porter. I know you both have been facilitating these meetings each week, and I think that they've gone really well. So we will go ahead and get started, and we will be doing our roll call of the city commissioners before we officially call the meeting to order, or as we call the meeting to order. Brad Finkeldine?
Present.
Courtney Shipley? Here. Lisa Larson?
Present.
And Stuart Bully?
Sure.
And this is Mayor Ananda. Before we start, we wanted to have a few statements from me and Craig, and I will begin those statements. I want to start tonight's meeting with a few comments. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who has done their part in helping to minimize the curve in the midst of this pandemic and keeping our community as safe as possible. Everyone's efforts of social distancing, staying home, and wearing face coverings have helped lessen the impact of COVID-19 in our community. Whether folks have been volunteering their time or efforts, or making and donating masks, checking on friends and neighbors, or doing work on the front lines as an essential worker, I have been overwhelmed by the kindness and resilience that I witnessed myself or through other stories in this community. You have responded and helped us flatten the curve and protect our community. We are indeed living up to our reputation of Rise Lawrence, as we have done so many times before. While, as Governor Kelly said in her April 30th briefing, I don't know if life will ever truly go back to normal, I believe that Lawrence will remain the same in spirit and drive and innovation, and we will be an example to our great state of the power of community, the wisdom of collaborative effort, and the success of protecting our strongest assets, our residents, our local businesses, and our identity. We have to remain smart and diligent so that our good efforts will continue to move us through this crisis effectively. I am confident that we can do this. Let's all stay safe together by making temporary small sacrifices so that in the long term, our entire community will thrive. Our city manager, Craig Owens, and our city staff have been working closely with numerous community partners as part of the unified command to both respond to the crisis and begin planning an incrementally phased reopening process so that we can move towards some sense of normalcy and recovery. I will now direct your attention toward Craig Owens so that he can also provide you with some comments.
Thank you, Mayor. This is City Manager Craig Owens. Some 7 weeks ago, on March 17th, which seems like a very long time ago now, I made a statement that included this sentence. We know this is a difficult time, but we're confident by continuing to work together and showing resiliency, creativity, and flexibility, we'll come out as an even stronger community on the other side. I'm so impressed and proud of everyone's great work during this pandemic. The Unified Command, Lawrence, Douglas County Public Health, LMH, Douglas County, and all the other contributing agencies and individuals who've done a tremendous job keeping us all safe and well-informed during this crisis. Our community has exemplified resiliency, creativity, and flexibility, and I believe we are stronger for our experience. It has been heartwarming to see how so many of us, while facing our own challenges, immediately asked, how can I help? As Mayor Ananda said, our community and our city employees deserve thanks, and there is more to do. Unfortunately, the other side of this pandemic is yet unforeseeable. Risk of infection still exists. We cannot let our guard down. We must continue to follow state and local orders, practice social distancing, and wear masks or cloth-based coverings in public. And we need to keep working together to ensure that everyone in our community has access to the resources they need to be safe, healthy, and secure. As we continue to face uncertainty and work together to move through the disruption and changes of this pandemic, the City of Lawrence remains dedicated to our mission. We are committed to providing excellent city services that enhance the quality of life for the Lawrence community. This determination, along with our organizational values of character, competence, courage, collaboration, and commitment, will drive our response and recovery, even as we embrace the reality that change is inevitable and accelerated because of this long-term event. I want everyone to know that in addition to continually providing core services, we will also continue working with our Unified Command and other community partners to identify resources and proactively plan for long-term recovery as quickly and safely as possible. We are adapting to changes effectively and adjusting wherever needed to keep moving forward. As we move from response to recovery, we'll continue providing city updates through our coronavirus information webpage at lawrenceks.org and the shared Douglas County Coronavirus Response Hub, which can be found on the Douglas County webpage, douglascountyks.org. Keep up the excellent work. Thank you for supporting our efforts through this critical and unusual time. Take care of yourselves, each other, and our community. We will get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you for your work. We are now ready to jump into our agenda. Our first item is to approve the agenda. I will say prior to approving the agenda, there are 2 executive sessions on tonight's agenda. When the motion is made to recess into executive session, the commission will leave this Zoom meeting and go to a separate Zoom meeting. When the time scheduled for the executive session has elapsed, the commission will return to this Zoom meeting and reconvene the regularly scheduled meeting. So with that said, the commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any items that commissioners would like to move, modify, or change? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve. Lisa Larson, City Commission, move to approve the agenda.
Stuart Boley, City Commission, second.
This is Mayor Nanda. We have a motion from Commissioner Larson, second by Commissioner Boley. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine,
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley. Aye. Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. The second item on the agenda is recognitions, proclamations, and presentations. While we always want to recognize exceptional work in our community during the coronavirus pandemic, with our commitment to public safety and for compliance with the Kansas Governor's order, individuals or groups will not be allowed to attend the commission meetings to make remarks or receive their proclamations. Instead, we will be promoting the proclamations on our social media. So you'll see that this week we have proclaimed the month of May 2020 as Community Action Month and proclaimed the week of May 3rd through 9th, 2020 as National Travel and Tourism Week. So I want to recognize those items, acknowledging that we will be recognizing them further on social media. So the next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Only those items noted with yellow highlight, bold print, and italics print are eligible for live public comment, and the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any items that a member of the commission would like to remove from the consent agenda? And I'm looking for Sherry's email.
There wasn't anyone that's from the public that signed up.
Thank you, Sherry. I have 3 devices here and I still can't pull up everything I need. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I move to approve the consent agenda.
This is Commissioner Larson. Second it.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldine, second from Commissioner Larson. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. We are ready to move on to the public comment section of the agenda. General public comment will be accepted in written form only. General public comments must be submitted 24 hours prior to the start of the meeting. Emails or mail are acceptable, and written comments can also be dropped in the utility billing drop box located at the cutout of 6th Street, New Hampshire. All comments should be marked for the City Commission. We did receive one general public comment item from Chris Flowers regarding our bike boulevard on 21st Street. And then we are ready to move on to our regular agenda. Item 1 is consider adopting Resolution 7311, authorizing tax-exempt industrial revenue bond financing for the U.S. Engineering Metalworks project, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with USE Real Estate Holdings, LLC, and add Block C, Lot 2 to the project.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager, and I'll walk you through this item this evening. As you'll recall, last fall, we approved the Catalyst program for the U.S. Engineering Metalworks project in Lawrence Venture Park. Since that time, there's been a couple of developments with the project that necessitate some action before you this evening. The first involves the authorization of a new industrial revenue bond resolution of intent. So there was a resolution of intent that was approved for this project last fall as part of your action. And the only change with this new resolution of intent is that it would enable the pursuit of tax-exempt bond financing, which just offers some reduced interest costs for the project that would benefit the company. So that's the purpose of that particular part of the item. The other part is, as the project proceeded in its planning, the company is now looking at a larger building than was originally anticipated, 154,000 square foot initially, rather than their originally planned 100,000 square foot facility. And as part of that exploration on the site, a challenge arose with the city's fire code related to a requirement to access points on the lot that the company was building on. So I'm going to share my screen with you here to show you the site here. So where I'm showing this lot 3 on the map is the lot that was approved for the U.S. engineering project. And as you can see there, with the platted Venture Park, envisioned a cul-de-sac that would be extended off of Venture Park Drive to the north to meet that lot. The lot as it is, because there's not appropriate access on the north part of the lot, there could not be appropriate clearance to get 2 entry points here off of the cul-de-sac. So in being creative with the company and looking at the different options, we arose at the idea of having the project span both lot 2 as well as lot 3. So lot 2 is the lot immediately to the south there. By combining the project and having it be on one lot, the city does avoid our need to front the funds to build the cul-de-sac extension. So this will not require the construction of the cul-de-sac at all, because the remaining lot will still be able to have access off of Venture Park Drive. So this solves the issue for the company and allows continued appropriate expansion for the company on the site. With the addition of this new lot, we did perform a new benefit cost analysis for the project, and it still does show a positive benefit for all the taxing jurisdictions, and that information is provided in your packet. The value with Block C, Lot 2 is just under $500,000. The company would also take on the special assessments that are related to that lot, which are just a bit over $300,000. So we're recommending that the City Commission this evening, after you conduct a public hearing, authorize resolution for the industrial revenue bonds, and also authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a real estate agreement that includes Block C, Lot 2, as well as Block C, Lot 3 to the company. And I should mention that Dan Jensen, the developer on the project, is in the Zoom meeting call this evening, as well as Brandon Wyckoff with U.S. Engineering. The company also provided the city a letter indicating that along with all of their other capital projects, they were placing this project on hold for at least a 3-month period, but they did want to continue to pursue getting the project in line so that it will be able to be quickly executed at the time the company is ready to proceed. If you have any questions for the company, both Mr. Jensen and Mr. Wyckoff are on the call. And at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, do any commissioners have any questions for Diane or Ann or Brandon? Okay, thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
So at this time, I think that we need to open up the public hearing.
Does Commissioner Boley move to open the public hearing?
Commissioner Larson, second.
We have a motion, this is Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Vice Mayor Finkeldie?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. So our public hearing is now open. We have one public comment on this item that has signed up prior to the meeting. That is Chris Flowers. Is he on?
There you go.
Is he muted?
Go ahead,
Is
Chris.
it okay to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just signed up in case anything came up in which I wanted to speak against, but I think it sounds okay. This project sounds okay, so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. This is Mayor Nanda. Porter, are there any members of the public present?
There are not.
Okay, do we have a motion then to close the public hearing?
Does Commissioner Bowley move to close the public hearing?
Commissioner Larson, second that.
We have a motion. This is Mayor Nanda. We have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Chair Shipley? Aye. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. We have closed the public hearing, and before us we have adopt resolution 7311 and execute the real estate agreement transferring Block C, Lot 2 to U.S. Engineering Metalworks. Any thoughts or further comments or questions from the commissioners?
No, I think Commissioner Larson here, I think it continues to be a great project, and I'm really looking forward to having this company become a part of Lawrence. So I appreciate their work.
I think that this Commissioner Bowley, I think that pretty much sums it up. I would move that we adopt resolution number 7311, authorizing up to $15 million in tax-exempt industrial revenue bonds for the U.S. Engineering Metalworks project, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a real estate agreement transferring Block C, Lot 2 to U.S. Engineering Metalworks to accommodate the project.
Commissioner Larson here, I second that.
We have a motion from, this is Mayor Nanda. We have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. We are ready to move on to item number 2. Consider an appeal of administrative determination for site plan SP 19278 located at 1717 Research Park Drive.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Becky Pepper, and I'm a planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This item for your consideration is an appeal of a site plan administrative determination. The subject property is located on the southeast edge of Oread West Research Park, which is an industrial business park that expands north and south of Bob Billings Parkway and is primarily located to the west of Wakarusa Drive. The Oread West Research Park was created in 1983 with the annexation of 296 acres. And at the time, the entire 296 acres was zoned M1, which was a research and industrial zoning district under the previous zoning regulations. And then between 1992 and 1999, portions of the area were rezoned to a residential zoning district to create the existing neighborhood that's located to the west and south of the subject property. The site plan application under consideration tonight was submitted to the planning office for the development of a business support services use that would include the construction of 3 one-story buildings that would range in size between approximately 5,000 square feet and 7,000 square feet, and would be approximately 22 feet in height. In total, the buildings would contain 11 units, and they would be sold to businesses that primarily work off-site and need space to perform office tasks. The units would also provide an opportunity for those businesses to park their business vehicles inside the units. As defined in the Land Development Code, the business support services use does not support the storage of goods other than samples. It would not allow for the units to be used for workshops, garages, manufacturing, or retail. The businesses, essentially the business employees, would be leaving the site to serve customers, and as such, there would be no customers coming to the site. The site plan shows access to the site provided from a drive from West 18th Street and shared access from Research Park Drive. The proposed access meets the standards of the Land Development Code in the number of drives permitted and their location. Research Park Drive is classified as a collector roadway, which requires driveway separation of 250 feet between other drives and from the intersection of a local road. The subject property contains approximately 270 feet of frontage along Research Park, and given its proximity to the intersection to the south and an existing driveway to the north, it's not possible for the property to meet the driveway spacing requirement. The applicant submitted a request to the city engineer for a waiver from this driveway spacing requirement, which was denied by the city engineer and appealed to the applicant to the city commission. And at their May 21st meeting, the city commission did hold a public hearing on the matter, and after consideration denied the appeal and upheld the city engineer's denial of the waiver. After the city commission determination, a revised plat was submitted by the applicant and recorded with the Douglas County Register of Deeds that showed access restriction for this property along the majority of its Research Park frontage. Given those actions, if an independent drive from Research Park Drive were to be considered again, it would start with the applicant again requesting a waiver from the driveway spacing requirements from the city engineer, and end with a minor subdivision application to remove the access restrictions from the plat. The city commission then would have an opportunity to reconsider that item if the city engineer's decision were appealed again. The site plan administrative determination was completed on October 8th, and the site plan was found to meet the approval criteria of section 20-1305J of the Land Development Code. After the administrative determination was completed, staff notified the interested parties within the neighborhood that it had been completed, and they subsequently submitted a site plan appeal, which is provided for you in your packet. After receiving the appeal request, staff, the applicant, and members of the neighborhood met to discuss concerns and identify potential solutions. And during this meeting, the concerns raised included such items as the types of activities that would be permitted on the site, the off-street parking requirement, and whether vehicles would be allowed to park on the surface parking lot overnight, the height of the proposed garage doors, which are approximately 14 feet tall, where signage could be located, the exterior lighting that the project would have, drainage concerns, and increase in landscaping. On March 3rd, the applicant submitted a revised plan with proposed changes made to help address those concerns. And for your reference, those changes are also listed in the site plan appeal staff memo that's provided in your packet. And those modifications included restricting certain activities that could happen on the site, prohibiting overnight parking on the surface parking lot for vehicles larger than a transit van, prohibiting wall signage on the sides of the building that face 18th Street and Research Park Drive, restricting the location of where a monument sign would go, prohibiting pole-mounted parking lot lights, and increasing the number of evergreen trees along 18th Street and along the west property line to provide an all-season landscaping screening. After reviewing this revised site plan, members of the neighborhood held a neighborhood meeting and provided additional comments for consideration by the applicant, which have also been provided in your packet. At that time, the applicant requested to proceed with scheduling the site plan appeal for the city commission consideration, and a further revised site plan was not submitted. Per the procedures outlined in Article 13 of the Land Development Code, the city commission can consider the appealed site plan using the approval criteria of section 20-1305J. Also, per the standards, you may take one of the following actions: approve the site plan, or identify modifications that would allow approval of the site plan, or approve the site plan with conditions, or disapprove the site plan. These approval criteria and action options are listed in your site plan appeal staff memo for your reference during your discussion. Matt Goff is here representing the applicant to provide further information, and we also have staff available that includes the stormwater engineer, Matt Bond, the city engineer, David Cronin, and Chief King with Fire Medical to help answer any specific questions that you may have related to stormwater drainage or traffic and access. And so with that, I will stand for any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Mayor Ananda, does anybody have any commissioners have any questions for Becky?
Commissioner Larson here, I had one question. So tonight, the only thing that we will address is whether or not the driveway off of 18th Street is acceptable. Is that my understanding, Becky?
This is Becky Pepper, planner. That's correct. It could be one consideration during your discussion. You could not, an independent drive off Research Park Drive could not be part of the discussion or a determination with this, because we've already made that determination with that previous City Commission meeting on May 21st. So in order to be able to consider that again and permit an independent drive on Research Park Drive, that would be that process that would involve, that would begin then with the applicant requesting the waiver from the city engineer and moving through that process again. But as of right now, with the plat restriction, an independent access would not be permitted on Research Park Drive.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Mayor Nanda. Are there other commissioner questions at this point for Becky? Okay. And did you say that Matt would be, oh, Lisa, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is Commissioner Larson again. I did have one more question. This might be for Amy Miller, if she's here, possibly. I had a question if somebody could go over what happened last May of 2019 at our meeting when we denied or we accepted the staff report regarding the denial of that drive off of Research Park Drive, because I had understood, or I had, and I've gone back and forth on this trying to figure it out, that we had left it open for further consideration. So if somebody could explain what happened last May, I would appreciate it.
Sure. Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. The action item that was before you at the May 21st, 2019 meeting was to consider an appeal of a waiver determination from the city engineer. The applicant had asked for a waiver to allow for an independent drive on Research Park Drive. That waiver was necessary because an independent drive on Research Park Drive did not meet city code with two standards: being too close to the roundabout to the south and being too close to the existing access point on the neighboring property, what we refer to as the shared access point to the north. The city engineer denied that waiver administratively. The appeal process for that was to come before the city commission for a determination. At that point, all we had in our possession was a plat. And so that action was associated with a plat. And the city commission upheld the city engineer's denial of the waiver, which would not allow an independent access point on Research Park Drive. Some of these other considerations that we talk about tonight in terms of the site plan are handled at the site plan level. So in the absence of being able to consider a site plan along with that determination, that was where we were left with that May 21st, 2019 meeting. And subsequently, there was a restriction placed on the plat itself when it finally got filed that doesn't allow an independent access drive on Research Park Drive.
Commissioner Larson here again. Thank you for that explanation. I was somewhat under the impression that we had left it open, that this could be further discussed. Am I wrong on that? The possibility of something on Research Drive could be discussed in exchange for not putting an 18th Street Drive in. Is that correct?
I think that there was some confusion, but that decision that night, Amy Miller, Interim Planning Director, that decision that night didn't allow for an independent access drive along that frontage on Research Park Drive. It allowed utilization of the shared access drive to the north, but not an independent access drive on Research Park.
Okay. Commissioner Luster, thank you, Amy. One more question. So the proposed drive on 18th Street, is it in accordance with all city code as to them being allowed to have this access? Is that my understanding, or is there something else?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. That is correct. It is compliant with city code.
Okay. Commissioner Larson, thank you, Amy. That's all I have right now.
This is Jennifer Nanda, Mayor. So as Lisa's clarifying that, I think that maybe there are some distinctions that I'm thinking are available to us, and I just wanted to clarify that as well. So you mentioned the shared entrance space. So feasibly, we could say, leave it how it is. Good job. We could say, you know, there were the modifications like a gate for emergency access that we could offer, or we could say only the research park shared entrance would be allowed. Are those kind of the three options that I'm hearing? Are there others that maybe I haven't thought of? Can anybody clarify that for me?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. There are a few other options that can be considered other than the plan that is presented in front of you tonight that has been approved by staff and what is being appealed. Those options, while feasible in the grand sense, haven't been put through their full paces in terms of review by building codes, fire codes, and put to the test with our code. Those typically require detailed plans in order for us to take a look in the totality as to whether they would comply with code. So while it is possible that there are other options to be considered, to give a definitive answer as to whether specific options would comply with code would require us to review those at a staff level with detailed plans.
Okay, so then it would be either approve the appeal or deny the appeal, or send it back for further information on other options.
Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Basically, you step into the shoes of the planning director. So your options are to either approve with conditions, or to approve, say what needs to be done to be approved, or finally to disapprove. So you basically are operating as the planning director. And while I'm here, before we get into public comment, I would say that we are operating in a quasi-judicial capacity. So I would ask you to disclose ex parte communications before you open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Randy. We'll do that before we open it up for public comment. This is Mayor Nanda again. May I clarify then, when you say with conditions, that is not in regard to specific location of ingress and egress, but other conditions associated with that plan?
Yes, typically what happens is sometimes a site plan will be a little short on parking. They're going to use maybe parking somewhere else, and they'll have to enter into a parking agreement. So it might be approved with conditions that they come forward with a parking agreement and meet the parking requirements. Or it might be an access issue where they have to obtain a shared access agreement or some type of deal like that. That's typically the type of condition that this refers to.
Okay, thank you. This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, again, I had a question. I'm trying to remember what it was. So Amy, this is for Amy Miller, I'm sorry. Amy, you had indicated that there's other potential options. Could you explain what those are? Even though they haven't been vetted yet, I understand that.
Well, Amy Miller, Assistant Interim Planning and Development Services Director. I think that some of them have already been mentioned tonight, just like the mayor mentioned a couple of them. I think that there are options of a fire access only gate on the 18th Street. There is the option for site redesign and potentially utilizing only the shared access. There's also the option of an independent drive on Research Park, though that would take quite a bit of process, and you would be basically going back through a similar process like what you saw last May 21st, 2019. Those are some of the ones that have been thrown out there. I'm not sure if there have been others.
Okay. Commissioner Larson again here. So you said something about an independent drive on Research Parkway. So I thought that was what was negated last spring.
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. That is correct. There would be quite a bit of process with that particular option. You would basically be doing the same type of consideration as you did last May 21st. It would need to come back before the City Commission for that appeal of the city engineer's waiver determination, the plat restriction lifted, and so forth.
Thank you. One more question, Amy. This is Commissioner Larson again. You had indicated that this was presented to us as a plat last May, if I understand that right. And now, is there a reason why the plat and the site plan aren't presented together, or is just this pretty standard to do it that way?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. Our code allows for those applications to be submitted independent from one another. We also allow for the ability to submit them concurrently, but it's a choice of the applicant, and it's a flexibility that our code currently allows.
Okay. Commissioner Larson, thank you, Amy.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Amy, you talked about there'd be a lot of process to bring back an independent drive, a plan with an independent drive. What's the length of time, or what's the length of time that would take? How much would the developer be paid if we did that?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. If we were to get that request from the applicant, say in the next week or so, I apologize, we would be able to process that in about 6 to 8 weeks.
Thank you.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, any other questions? All right, and I believe that we have someone speaking on behalf of the applicant. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor Ananda. Commissioners, good evening. This is Matt Goff with Barber Emerson Law Firm. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant. I sent you a letter yesterday, and I hope you've had a chance to look at it. Back when the applicant was asking for a variance to the access management standards, there was a site plan draft that was in circulation that showed a straight shot point of access, a single point of access onto Research Park Drive. And there was some discussion at the May 21st meeting. I think it was Commissioner Herbert who brought it up about if we grant the variance and we only have one point of access and there's no access on 18th Street, that seems like a pretty good trade. And the dialogue, if I recall correctly, is that Planning Director McCullough asked City Engineer David Cronin to speak on that point, at which point Mr. Cronin explained why he felt that a variance would be inappropriate at this location. And then following that dialogue, the City Commission unanimously chose to deny the variance. It also received public comment from some of the neighbors who said we shouldn't have the variance, we should be required to comply with the code. And so following that meeting, a plat was recorded, and it contains, I'm gonna try this with the camera. It contains an access restriction that prevents us from today saying, sure, let's just do a straight point of access. And it appears that design, that first draft, is the most favored version by the neighborhood. It's certainly the most favored version by the applicant, but it's the only version that's unavailable. So consequently, the site plan draft that was submitted to the staff and was approved on October 8th showed 2 points of access, one being this indirect kind of circuitous shared access to the north, the second being the direct access onto 18th Street. And it was approved by the staff, and then the appeal was made, and then the meetings with the neighbors happened some more, and then the March 3rd site plan was submitted. And the March 3rd site plan does things that the code doesn't require. It restricts uses, it limits signage, it limits lighting, it increases screening. So there are, at every step of the way, there are things that this applicant has done to try to get a site plan that both is code compliant and is acceptable to the neighbors. And at this point in time, it just, based on the May 21st decision, doesn't seem possible to have a code compliant plan that the neighbors are satisfied with. But that's the plan before you. And the review of a site plan is all within the confines of the code. The site plan is an administrative type of function. You check for compliance with the code. You identify areas where it's not code compliant. The access on 18th Street is permitted by the code. It's zoned IBP. It has been since 1983. So there's a lot of reasons why the applicant is asking you to just approve this site plan. It's been in process for over a year. A lot of work's been put into it. And so we need to see some results. We have the zoning. This isn't a zoning matter. The question of, is this an acceptable use at this location, isn't on the agenda. It is an acceptable use. We have the zoning. The only question is, what is the site plan required to say to comply with the technical requirements of the code? And when all those technical requirements have been met, particularly after the May 21st decision last year. So we don't see any reason that you wouldn't approve it, notwithstanding the fact that the neighbors don't like it. All that being said, if you approve the site plan tonight as it's submitted, and if you're willing to provide either through a straw poll or through your own commentary that you would welcome another request for a site, for a final plat or an administrative plat change to delete the 250-foot access restriction, and that you would grant the variance so that we could revise that approved site plan and go back to the single point of access in 4 to 6 weeks, this applicant would do that. But we have to have something approved tonight, because if we don't, we have no assurances that something will be approved in 4 to 6 weeks. And we've done everything that's been asked. So if that makes sense to you, if you have any questions, I guess I want to touch on the traffic study at the 18th Street entrance. The staff noted that this was a low traffic generator. We're talking about 67 inbound and 66 outbound estimated trips per day over a 24-hour period, split between 2 access points, which is like once every 10 minutes. That doesn't seem like enough traffic to justify such an extreme limitation on this site. The balancing of factors, the interest of the public in general at large to have a full and productive set of access points. And there's also some concern about, if you had just one circuitous long access point, is that going to be sufficient for fire access if that one access point was blocked off because of a fire? Whereas maybe a direct access is better for fire. But we really don't feel like the traffic is that big. We look at this as a IVP zone property. It's been that way since 1983. It's a good looking site. It's more aesthetically pleasing than your typical run-of-the-mill industrial use. With all that said, I'll stand for any questions that you have.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. Are there any questions from commissioners?
Yeah,
Matt?
Commissioner Larson here. I have a question for Matt. Matt, could you repeat what you said regarding the applicant's potential willingness to go back and look at another option? Did I hear that right, or did I misunderstand you?
Let me say it again. So if you approve the site plan tonight and were to tell us in whatever way you feel you can, I understand that you can't act tonight, but you can sure tell us your feelings. If you signal to us that if we ask for the variance again, that it would be received by the commission on favorable terms, then the applicant is very motivated to bring that forward, especially when it's a relatively simple minor subdivision with a stop at the planning commission and then back to you. I mean, what it would require you to do is reverse the decision you made on May 21st over the opinion of the city engineer. And the reason we want you to approve something tonight is so that we have something, because we've come this far and we've tried this hard. You got to approve something. It's code compliant. But if you'll do that, then we'll go through that process.
Commissioner Larson here. Thank you, Matt. Mayor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
For Randy Larkin, staff attorney. Randy, could you kind of speak to what Mr. Goff just said regarding the ability for us to go back and look at another option like that he described?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. If you approve the site plan, you would be approving the site plan as is. And then they could submit an amended thing, and it could come back to you to approve a waiver or an appeal from a waiver or whatever the situation was. That could happen, but you would be approving this site plan as it is now. That would be the first step. And then, that could happen in the future, but it may not happen in the future.
Commissioner Larson here again. Can you explain why it might not happen? What you mean by that?
The situation would be there would be no leverage. If you understand what I'm saying, if you approve the site plan is approved as it is. Now, I have no doubt that Mr. Goff is saying that his client will do that, but there may be intervening circumstances or something that would occur. But the site plan that you would approve, if you approved it tonight, would be the site plan here, and they could go forward with it. Or they could come back and get it amended and seek a variance to go the other way.
Thank you, Randy. Commissioner Larson again. So basically, we would be counting on their word. Is that how I understand it?
As it stands now, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, that would be the situation.
Thank you, Randy. No more questions.
Mayor Nanda, any other commissioners have questions for Matt or Randy? Okay. Do we have any other presentations in regard to this? I don't think that we do. So we need to go ahead and disclose our communication. I had phone conversations with Amy Phelan and Steve Teasdale, but no information that we aren't aware of was shared during those conversations. Please state your name and then whether or not you had any other communications.
Commissioner Larson here. I had conversations with Amy Phelan and Steve Teasdale also. And I also believe I had a conversation with Deb Umberger probably a year ago about this project. So we did have discussions regarding her concerns, or every single one of these folks expressed concerns about access on 18th Street, and well as just the development as a whole. So those are my ex partes.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. I also spoke with Steve Testall and Amy Phelan about the same information though in those statements. I also talked to the applicant, Roger Johnson, maybe 2 weeks ago at some point with a brief conversation about this. Again, basically what's already in Matt Goff's letter.
Excuse me, Mayor. Lisa Larson here. I'm sorry, I forgot to also say I had a conversation with Alan Balott regarding this project and basically discussion of wanting to get something approved so they can move forward with it, and his concerns that they've really tried to work hard with the neighborhood to get this to work out.
Thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. I did have one other conversation, but now I can't. I think it's with the builder of the project. Was not with Alan, but I think the person who's actually constructing I can't remember his name at the moment. Maybe Matt Goff could help me with the name of the builder, but Alan could.
This is Mayor Nunn. I believe that the information, the ex parte communication that we have to speak of is any that isn't available here. So if that communication contained nothing that was not available here, then we would need to. I think we go with an abundance of caution, and please correct me if I'm wrong, legal counsel. But I think that should be all right as long as there wasn't further information revealed in that.
Yeah, that wasn't anything.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'll remind the Vice Mayor that the builder's name is Paul Crown. And I met with Mr. Crown and Mr. Alan Balott on March 17th. I met with Alan Balott. Actually, I had a phone call with Alan Balott on April 3rd. On April 6th, I had a telephone conversation with Steve Tesdall. And on May 4th, I had a conversation with Amy Phelan. All of the information that we discussed in all of those conversations is in the public record.
Commissioner Shipley?
I also spoke with Steve Teasdale and Amy Phelan. Again, nothing that's not in their correspondence, which I believe all the correspondence that I've received is what you've received and what is in the packet. And then also a phone call from Paul Crown, but really didn't speak much. Honestly, I just tell people I'm going to have to disclose this, and they either talk or they don't talk. Some people do, some people don't. So that was another person I heard from.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. I believe everyone shared their ex parte communication. So I believe that we are ready now. Are there any further questions from the commission before we get a public comment? Okay, so the way that this will work is I will call your name and then you will have 3 minutes for your public comment. Please make sure that you unmute yourself before you begin talking, and then mute yourself again when you are finished, and our clerk will let you know when your 3 minutes have been reached. First is Amy Phelan. Please go ahead.
Okay, I had to get everything set. My name is Amy Phelan. I live at 5103 Ridge Court. After almost 2 months sheltering at home, many are fatigued, overwhelmed with fear, and stressed. They need to focus their energy on their physical and mental health. My hope is to speak for my family, but also speak for some who could not be heard. Having an established neighborhood literally next door to an area zoned industrial does not make sense. However, that is the reality we face. I believe it should have been changed years ago, but that is not the fault of any parties in this situation. I ask you to also work with the developer on the drainage issues facing many neighbors. But with my remaining time, I plan to focus on safety concerns and suggest some ways to make the situation better for all parties. The proposed development will result in 130 trips for trucks entering or leaving the property each day. That kind of traffic is not appropriate for a neighborhood, although, as the attorney said, it may be appropriate for an industrial area. It actually is going into a neighborhood. To the west, there are around 100 houses, and to the east, there is an already dangerous roundabout on a slight hill and more houses. It leads to a hazardous intersection at 18th and Wakarusa. Our school carpool has been involved in 2 serious accidents in the last year involving traffic on 18th. Funneling traffic to either the east or to the west is still too dangerous. In addition to vehicles, children and adults travel that sidewalk on foot and bicycle. With trucks entering or leaving 100 times per day, there is a strong possibility of someone being hit in that entrance. That would be devastating, especially when we can work together now to prevent it. Adding a curb cut for just the fire department does not remove many of the safety hazards. A dedicated entrance for the developer off Research Park Drive is the solution. In addition, no entrance on 18th helps create a visual barrier between single-family homes and industrial space. The developer has agreed to a berm with mature pine trees along the edge of the property in 18th. Residential property values will decrease due to the warehouses, which is unfortunate, but removing the entrance could help. It is time to reconsider the denial of the variance due to those safety concerns. The neighbors opposed at that time have almost all of them have come forward and said they do approve this new plan with a compromise, understanding that removes the entrance off of 18th. It was stated at that meeting that this could be revisited in the future. To take that option away is unfair to due process and not in the public's best interest. To accomplish this, we have been told it is a 6-month multi-step process, and now a 4 to 6 or 6 to 8 week process. To be fair to the developer who has tried to submit the revised plan to protect public safety, please expedite that process. I understand that exceptions should not be made lightly, but this is a case where it is justified. My letter in April outlined several solutions to potential arguments to that variance. Please help us with this compromise to protect the safety of so many Lawrence residents. I urge you to sustain the appeal or approve with conditions that would include the compromise plan, and request the city staff to expedite the process. The developer was ready a year ago to do the right thing. Let's help make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next, we have Steve Teasdale.
Good evening. My name is Steve Tesdall. I live at 1813 Castle Pine Court, and I'm one of the homes within 400 feet of the development. I don't know if any of you remember the TV series Dragnet with Sergeant Joe Friday.
Why?
You probably remember his favorite line, just the facts. Please allow me to state the facts. At the May 21st commission meeting last year, the variance appeal was denied despite serious misgivings because the issue of 18th Street was not on the formal agenda. Several commissioners went on record saying they did not believe an entrance on 18th Street made sense. In that meeting, the developer was asked if they would be willing to give up the 18th Street entrance in return for granting the variance. The developer said yes and filed a revised plan the next day. Also at that meeting, the city planning director advised the commissioners if you voted against the variance, you would still have another chance to revisit the issue of the 18th Street entrance. That time is now. Over the past 11 months, the city's focus has been on fine-tuning a plan with an 18th Street entrance, despite the safety objections from our neighborhood. It's clear the city staff is fixated on the battle over the zoning variance, and they failed to look at the bigger picture. The 18th Street plan is seriously flawed. It represents a safety issue to the neighborhood. Under that plan, up to 133 vehicles per day would be diverted through the roundabout onto a local residential street, one that's heavily used by children and adults for walking and biking, and it's also our primary entrance in the Foxfire, 120 homes. Allowing traffic to be diverted off of the collector street, for which it was intended, onto a local street, it's unsafe and it makes no sense. Granting a variance for a single entrance on Research Park Drive does not pose a serious safety issue, but approving the 18th Street plan does. The developer has attempted to do the right thing. Last year, they submitted a plan to the city with a single entrance on Research Park, a plan that is overwhelmingly supported by our neighborhood. And last month, they again attempted to do it again. They resubmitted it, only to be shut down by the planning department. Clearly, the developer is tired of delays. They want to get this thing resolved so that they can start building. We get that. You all have received over 30 letters from concerned neighbors asking you to protect the safety of our neighborhood and improve neighborhood buffering by rejecting this 18th Street plan. We're asking you to look at the big picture and do the right thing to help protect the safety and preserve the character of our neighborhood. Please sustain our appeal and request city staff expedite a process to approve the plan with a single dedicated entrance on Research Park Drive. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Deb Umberger. Deb, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Having a little, okay, you got me now. All right. I am one of those people who am opposed to getting variances, and at the time I used the terms asking for forgiveness rather than permission, and I felt that these should have been resolved before, long before they were. However, I am here to speak tonight specifically against any kind of curb cut on 18th Street for two reasons.
Can I have you say your name real quick?
My name is Deb, last name is Umberger, and I live at 18th and Foxfire Drive. The lot that's being, or the development that's being proposed is going to be covered primarily by buildings and a parking lot. And there would be very little space for rainwater, sprinkler runoff, whatever, to be absorbed. Putting a driveway from the parking lot onto 18th Street is just providing a shunt to collect and dump water onto 18th Street. And I understand that the developer is talking about putting landscaping as a barrier along 18th to make it more aesthetically pleasing, but that's pretty useless if there's a big driveway right through the middle of that barrier. You're going to be able to see into it. But the bigger concern is the safety of pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers along 18th Street, a residential street not intended for commercial traffic west into our development. A couple of people have mentioned the number of vehicles going through that area, but that's only a portion of the traffic that goes through there. There are lots of bicycles, lots of walkers. I travel that street every day, either walking or driving. And I think it's important to point out that there are a couple of cluster mailboxes, one at 18th and Sweetwater Court on the south side of the roundabout with Research Parkway. The other is at 18th and Castle Pines Court, which is just south of the proposed development. There is a lot of stop and go auto traffic in the wintertime. In the summertime, there's a lot of foot traffic as neighbors use both of those boxes for their mail. Again, adds to the traffic. And there are a significant number of service providers, roofers, painters, plumbers, the like, landscapers and lawn care vehicles and delivery trucks that must use 18th to do business with the homeowners in our neighborhood. And many of them park along 18th, particularly the landscape folks. I understand that there's an argument about, can we get a fire truck into this development? But if you weigh the risks, the bigger risk far and away is the risk to children and adults who live in the adjacent neighborhoods, have to use 18th Street or use it for recreational purposes. So I urge you to find a resolution that does not include a curb cut on 18th. And I would further urge that any signage for a driveway that goes onto Research would direct traffic out of that corner to go to the north. Left-hand turns on.
Your 3 minutes is up. I appreciate your comments. Our next speaker is Sharon Spratt.
Yes, I'm Sharon Spratt. I live at 5017 Keystone Court, and we're the cul-de-sac that backs up to the proposed area. I think Amy and Steve and Deb have really laid out the concerns of our neighborhood, so I won't really repeat all of that. But just that there have been concerns with this project from the very beginning. And we appreciate the developer and that to work with us to get as many of those minimized as possible. But the real concern is the 18th Street entrance. And so that is what is of the biggest concern, because it really provides less safety for our area, and it doesn't provide the neighborhood buffering. And Steve said it just doesn't make sense. So I ask you also to please sustain appeal and request that the city staff expedite a process to approve the plan with a single dedicated entrance on Research Park Drive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Pam Slaughter. Please go ahead, Pam.
I got it. I just had to unmute. So I'm Pam Slaughter. I live at 5019 West 18th Street. I've also been a member of the small group representing the neighborhood for the appeal. We've had a number of phone calls, emails, and meetings with city staff and the developers' representatives, trying to understand and to definitely respect the developer's project. For many of us this past year, in dealing with the process has been an emotional roller coaster, and we would like to get it resolved immediately. I'm certain you've read all of the objections from the neighborhood. Each of us has had a lot of objections, but we have one in common, and that's the 18th Street driveway, which we want to eliminate. We've been told often by city staff and the so-called traffic experts that that driveway is not going to have an impact. We strongly disagree. We know our neighborhood. We walk and travel these roads every single day. We know what kind of vehicles are on them. We know when the landscapers and the sanitation trucks go by. We know what time of day. We know where they park, and we know how hard it is to drive around them and how hard it is to get in and out of our driveways when they're parked in back of us. We know the routes they take. We know whether they divert the traffic circle or most of the time drive over it. We also know where the blind spots are on the street. I would hope that you would listen to us, the neighborhood, and what we have to say about the traffic and safety over the people that don't have firsthand knowledge or experience on these roads. So please believe us when we say that the 18th Street driveway would be a safety hazard. It really is an accident waiting to happen. So I, along with the rest of the group, would hope that you deny the appeal, or I'm sorry, approve the appeal as it stands and deny the site plan, and work with the developer and hope that the city staff would expedite the process to put the dedicated driveway onto Research Parkway. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Pam. Next, we have Larry Gadd.
Thank you. I'm Larry Gott. I live at 1804 Foxfire Drive here in Lawrence, Kansas. I'm a property owner in the sense that I belong to a homeowners association, which has property within 400 feet of the proposed development. I want to thank you all for listening to us this evening. I myself spent 38 years in public land management, and I must admit, I can't remember in those 38 years how many times you had the public and a proponent and a local, in this case Bridgehaven, for instance, agree with a variance of a proposed development, of a variance of the code and so forth. So I just think this is a very unusual situation. The access off of the collector road onto a residential road near a cul-de-sac, near a homeowner's driveway, and near another intersection between Castle Pine and 18th, it just doesn't make any sense to do this. So I ditto everything that the other folks have said. I won't repeat it, but I really ask that you all consider adopting this variance and wish that that would happen very much. Thank you for your time and listening to us.
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have Daryl Kraft.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Daryl Kraft. We live at 1808 Foxfire. I again want to convey my thanks to the developer for the willingness to make the changes that they have agreed to make and the willingness to do this as well. I think it's important to remember that this piece of real estate is a transition piece. And there's probably arguments to be made that something should have been done with the fact that we have industrial and residential coming together. It could have been dealt with years ago, but it wasn't. And I think it's very justified to look at a variance on this simply because this is a unique piece of property. There is a safety issue with the 18th Street, and it makes sense, and I think there is a justification because of that to go ahead and go forward with the variance. So I ditto everything that everybody else has said, and we thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Next, we have Bill Fox.
Hello, my name is Bill Fox, and I live at 5107 Stonewall Court. I want to strongly urge the Commission to disapprove the proposed project, or at the very least to require that it not have street access to 18th Street. Contrary to what is stated by counsel for the applicant, the project is in fact a safety hazard. Our issue with the project is not that it is development, it is that it will negatively impact the safety and well-being of the residents of a currently serene and flourishing neighborhood. Council's letter stated that one of the criteria for approval of this project was the safe and efficient, convenient movement of traffic, not only within the site, but within adjacent roadways as well. This project, especially with an 18th Street access point, will funnel significant commercial traffic through a residential neighborhood whose main roads are not designed to serve as a commercial thoroughfare. It is claimed the project will be a low traffic generator and that it will have de minimis impacts. However, this traffic will be of a different character than virtually all other traffic transiting the neighborhood. It will be commercial vehicles, vans, and trucks, many significantly larger than the passenger vehicles that normally traverse this area. Further, while 133 commercial vehicle trips per day is anything but de minimis, and contrary to the assumption that traffic will be evenly split between 18th Street and Research Park Drive, it is obvious that most of these vehicles will choose to enter and exit the facility from 18th Street and will access Bob Billings via Foxfire Drive so as to avoid the traffic circle on 18th. These will now be larger vehicles with potentially inattentive and distracted drivers rushing through our neighborhood, trying to complete their trips as quickly as they can. The addition of this significant additional load of larger, louder, rushed vehicles threatens the safety of our residents and families. Additionally, there is a blind curve toward the northern end of Foxfire Drive that is already a safety issue, especially when cars are parked there, and it is not appropriate or reasonable to impose an unnecessary additional load of non-resident commercial traffic. The project hasn't even begun construction, and it has already caused alarming amounts of water runoff into neighboring creeks and ponds and has negatively impacted a neighboring home with storm runoff. It does not matter that the area has been zoned industrial for many years. As soon as the Foxfire neighborhood was completed, it fundamentally altered the equation as to the basic consideration of the benefit or harm involved to the community at large by this or any other project. As such, the overriding interest should be that of the Foxfire neighborhood that simply wants to protect its families, children, and homes. Please do not allow this project to proceed with access on 18th Street. This is a bad idea and a mistake that Lawrence does not have to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next is Dana Freed.
Hello, my name is Dana Freed, and I live directly across the street from the planned development. I wanted to take this opportunity to speak directly to you to highlight specific concerns, which I've realized some of them have been dealt with, so I can skip over some of what I have written and start with some other things that came up. I want to thank the developer. It sounds like they've been working with the neighborhood, and okay. I can skip some of this. I wrote a letter also I would like you to refer back to, but I can attest to the foot and bike and residential traffic on the street. I had mentioned in my letter the safety of 18th and Wakarusa. I've seen at least 2, if not 3 accidents there in the short time I have lived in this home. It also sounds to me from tonight's meeting that there was obvious confusion at the last meeting denying the variance. And I would just like to reiterate all of my neighbors' prior comments, and most importantly, to please sustain our appeal and request the city staff to expedite the process to approve the plan with a single dedicated entrance on Research Park Drive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dana. Next is Chris Hepp.
My thanks to Mayor Ananda and the assembled city council members for this opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Hepp, and I live with my wife, Ann Johnson, within 400 feet of the proposed development here at 1809 Castle Pine Court. I will begin by saying that I fully support the 1717 Research Park Drive project. I believe the successful completion of this project will be good business for construction workers who will build it, for the businesses who will lease it, for the clients whose businesses will be served, and ultimately for the sales and business tax revenue for the city. Let's remember that Research Park was originally Bob Billings' dream location 40 years ago for the Sprint Research Campus. I'm sure the spirit of Mr. Billings is smiling to think his land could finally get some more business development. That said, I also fully support and join in the neighborhood's objection to the 18th Street driveway for all the reasons already so well said by all of my neighbors this evening and in my neighbor Steve Tesdall's letter already to the City Council. I won't repeat Steve's letter or any of the other points, but I do want to say that the letter from Mr. Goff of Barbara Emerson LLC stating 18th Street is not a residential street is a perception, is certainly maybe supported by zoning, but the perception of all of us here who bike and jog and walk our dog and stroll with our children and mow and landscape our lawn and visit with our neighbors is that's not how we see it. Mr. Goff goes on to describe the Research Park project as a low traffic generator, which is also a perception not shared by those of us who have to drive east to 18th Street and Wakarusa to wait interminably in line during morning rush hour to make a left-hand turn. And that's in the good weather. In winter, the ice and the slush and the potholes doubles the delays. The consequence is that any contractor's truck driver with an 18th Street exit from the 1717 Research Park Drive will be forced on a daily basis at rush hour to drive west on 18th, which will send them up Foxfire through the heart of our neighborhood. Those of us who live here know this is exactly what is going to happen in good weather or bad. And I'm just going to say very quickly, my wife and I just moved back. We lived in Lawrence for 20 years. We've been in the Bay Area for 12 years. We've come back, and I'm astonished at the traffic that's going on Wakarusa, which I think is terrific. But it does constitute a dilemma and a traffic hazard at that corner, no matter what you zone it. That's the fact. So I'm just going to join with my neighbors in urging that the council sustain the variance appeal. I ask the council to direct the City of Lawrence staff to expedite the process of approving the plan that the developer's own architect has satisfactorily designed with a single dedicated entrance on Research Park. And a postscript to Mr. Goff, please convey to your client my deep thanks for his good neighbor efforts. Thank you, all City Council members, for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Next is Nathan Lundstrom.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for letting me voice some concerns that I have regarding the project. My name is Nate Lundstrom. We live at 1812 Castle Pines Court, which is within 400 feet of the proposed project. As a father, we have 6 kids at home. The oldest is 10 years old. It's my first time speaking at a meeting like this, and we're very concerned about the safety issues. In any data that suggests this is a safe situation, I just do not believe. The drive as you go out of Castle Pines Court onto 18th Street is sloping downwards, and I've had to grab my kids a few times as the cars come kind of speeding through there. So it's a concern that me and my wife really share, and I think my neighbors have voiced it better than I have. But if you would please put the safety of our kids first. I'm not an engineer. I don't understand the issues related to having a dedicated entrance off Research Parkway, but I would guess that the safety concerns we're raising outweigh those concerns. So please sustain our appeal and expedite the process on behalf of the developer to approve a plan with a single dedicated entrance off of Research Park Drive. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathan. Next is Diana Carlin.
Good evening, Mayor Nanda and City Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My husband, Joe Perrin, and I live at 1808 Castle Pines Court, which is within 400 feet of the property. And as I've listened, my concerns are the same, our concerns are the same as everyone else, and that's safety. Unfortunately, we can't undo a bad decision that when the original platting was done to zone all of this as industrial, was then changed to allow this residential neighborhood, this very vibrant residential neighborhood to occur, that they did not extend that all the way up to Research Parkway. Because what we do have is an encroachment into a residential area. And across the street from where this is being planned is purely residential all the way past the roundabout at 18th and Research. So we are definitely a residential neighborhood. And I think that since technically, legally, zoning wise, it's permissible to build what's there, we now need to use some common sense about how that's put together. And our objections are the same as our neighbors, and it's safety. I have two concerns. My husband and I, one is that during the construction, if this were allowed, there is not a sidewalk on the other side of the street. So everybody's going to have to be walking in the street during construction. And while Mr. Goff may say that there are only going to be 66 to 67 entrances and exits, that's on top of everything else. And you've heard from everyone else how much traffic there is. You've heard about some of the blind spots. And I can tell you that there are plenty of people who don't know how to use the roundabout. Most people don't make left-hand turns onto that roundabout. They don't go around the roundabout, they just exit to the left. So when we start adding all that additional traffic with people who are used to not going around the roundabout, I'm very concerned that that's going to create some additional problems. So since we can't undo the past, I at least ask the commissioners to be judicious in their decision-making and protect what is in reality a residential area on 18th Street. And we request that you sustain our appeal and direct the city staff to expedite the process to approve the plan with a single dedicated entrance on Research Park Drive. And I also want to express my appreciation to the owner of the property and the planners for considering another option.
Thank you, Diana. I don't think I'm going to pronounce this next last name correctly, but Bruce Linos. You're next.
Hello, Mayor. This is Bruce Lindhaus. You need to. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. And my wife and I live at 5015 West 18th Street, which is within the 400 feet. And we've lived here for about 3 years now. And we've lived in Lawrence for more than 30 years. And we've lived at several different locations in Lawrence. And this has been the most welcoming neighborhood we've ever been in. And the community here is very strong, and the neighbors are just very connected. And I'm astounded at the number of walkers, bikers, runners that we have of all ages every day on the street. And it really does draw on what people are saying about the safety issue of an 18th Street curb cut there. You look at the memory care units next door to this proposed project, and their drives go straight in, straight out, and they each have one. And it seems to us, not being engineers, that would really be the very most sensible thing. And it also seems that it's rare that you would have the community come together. We've worked on this for over a year. And we've had meetings with planning, we've had meetings with the builder and the community. And it's not an easy thing to have everybody come together on one solution. And I think that we really have done that. And I think that's pretty amazing. I too appreciate the fact that the builder is willing to reconsider this. I think I would really hope that the commission would support the appeal request that we're making, and that staff would move forward to proceed to approve the plan and design the single entrance into the project. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good luck.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, our last speaker is Douglas Shepard.
Hey guys, I'll make this quick because I know everyone wants out of here. My name is Douglas Shepard. I live at 5008 West 18th Street, which is 3 houses down from where the proposed construction site is. My wife and I built this home in 2012, and we knew it'd be commercial development up there someday, but we never thought that this corner lot development would impact kind of the safety of our neighborhood and potentially destroy its character, which all my neighbors are talking about, what a nice neighborhood it really is. As one of the youngest families in this neighborhood, we have a 10-month-old that we pull him in a wagon all the time. I also have a 12-pound Maltese Yorkie dog that people probably see me walking all the time. So like all my neighbors, we use that sidewalk all the time. And so the amount of traffic that this could cause is a huge concern to us. And just the current plan makes no sense at all. I mean, leave it all in Research Park makes the most sense, and I think it's a win-win for all parties. But please help us preserve the safety and protect the character of what this neighborhood is by sustaining our appeal and requesting the city staff to expedite the process of the plan with a single dedicated entrance on Research Park. Thanks for your time, guys. I know this was a lot, but we really appreciate it.
Thank you, Douglas. All right, that is all I have for public comment via Zoom. Porter, are there any individuals there in the public?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So at this point, I would like to pull the other commissioners and see if a 10-minute break might be warranted quickly before we jump back into decision-making on this item.
Commissioner Larson here, I would appreciate that.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene to discuss this amongst ourselves. So we will be back at 7:26. Okay, we are back. We are on item number 2 on our agenda. Sherry, do I need to take a roll call?
It would be a good idea, yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Present.
Commissioner Shipley? Here. Commissioner Larson?
Present.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
And this is Mayor Ananda. So we are on item 2, consider an appeal of administrative determination for site plan SP 19278 located at 1717 Research Park Drive. We have had our presentations as well as our public comment, and now it is back to the commission for discussion and decision.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Were we going to let the applicant make a response? Sometimes we do that, but I wasn't sure.
I don't think that one has been requested, nor that there is anything that was brought up that they haven't already addressed. We generally don't allow for closing arguments, but if there is a desire for that and the commission wills it, I would be willing to consider it.
No, I had a couple questions, so I didn't know if he was going to say something before I asked the question. So,
this is Mayor Nanda. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
First, I have a question for Randy.
Can you say your name?
Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Question for Randy on the review of the site plan. Can you talk a little bit about the standard we're supposed to follow on the review of a site plan?
Yes, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Basically, this is an appeal from an administrative decision. So the review is de novo. That means you step into the shoes of the planning director and you make the decision in the first instance. You're not bound by the decision of the planning department. You're able to look at all the evidence, apply the 5 standards that appear in section 20-1305, and based upon your findings relating to those 5 things, whether it's been platted, et cetera, then you make your decision.
Okay. Thank you. And then this is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I had a question for Amy, Miller, or Becky about the independent drive site plan. Am I correct that you've not looked at that close enough to say for sure about fire code? And I guess fire code's my biggest issue, but I guess can you give us some feel if you think that's a plausible plan?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. I think the plan that you're referring to that has an independent access drive off of Research Park Drive and does not utilize the shared access to the north, nor does it have an access on 18th Street, was a site plan that was submitted to our office. It was not reviewed by any staff reviewers because it was not in conformance with the plat and was therefore returned to the applicant. Typically, those types of reviews go through extensive review by staff. And at this time, staff can't give any assurances as to whether it meets city code or not without having undergone that extensive review.
And this is Vice Mayor Finkeldine again. And I guess my question was maybe without giving assurances, is it plausible or is it just a long shot that we shouldn't even be considering it?
Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. If it were to conform with the plat and a waiver was granted to allow that access, it is possible that it could conform to city code. There would be a couple caveats on that in terms of meeting fire code and conformance with Chapter 20 of the Land Development Code.
Okay. Thank you. And then I guess this is a question for the applicant. Matt, I guess based upon that last answer, I assume that's why you're asking that the current plan be approved, but you would go ahead and submit a new plan as opposed to a different alternative.
Yes, Commissioner Finkeldye, that's correct. We need something approved. If you step back and look at what this applicant has done, it's followed every process to seek these denial or the variance which was denied, and they provided a code compliant plan that's before you now. To the extent that the staff's unable to say here and now that the straight shot plan will be approved, it's possible that something will come up and they'll say, no, we won't approve it. It's also possible that it would be approved and the neighbors will file another appeal. So the point is, we're not prepared to just say, go ahead and deny this one. There's no reason to deny it when it's a code compliant plan and we've done everything that the city's asked us to do to this point. And I'm joined today by Mr. Roger Johnson. If you're worried about, can you take my word for it, then he is over there. Would you give a wave, Roger? So he's here, and he's sincere in his interest to pursue the alternate plan, but it's just so critical that we know that there's something approved so that we don't find ourselves denied yet again. And this is an example of some of the problems that people have experienced in dealing with the various facets of our codes and our neighbors. We need to find a way that gets this project approved. And then that's our key point. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Larson. I did have a follow-up question on that for Randy Larkin. Randy, my understanding is that we've got a couple of different options as far as approving it, denying it, modifying it, or putting conditions on it. If we approve this with the condition that they come back with a design for that straight shot that they were wanting originally, can we put that on there as a condition of the approval?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. That's a possibility. I've been mulling that over myself, perhaps maybe you granted it or approved it with a condition that they file a new plan and then prosecute it to its finish, whether it's approved or denied, and then they'd have this approval existing already, regarding that's a possibility. You might ask the applicant if they were willing to do something of that nature.
Thank you. So I guess I would follow that up with this is Commissioner Larson again, asking the applicant if that's something that they would be willing to do, so to speak.
Thank you. This is Matt Goff with Barbara Emerson on behalf of the applicant. And if the condition were to say that the so-called straight shot site plan would be submitted, I think we would need to say that we would first begin with the minor subdivision to delete the 250-foot access restriction. And then I'm informed that we could submit the straight shot site plan at the same time. And the keys there is that it's a straight shot, one access point on Research Park Drive. It's not a multiple access point. That's the plan that we would put before the staff after hopefully the City Commission would grant us our access variance. And if it were approved, then it's approved and it would supersede what you would approve today. If it's denied, then what you approve today would become effective. And I think that sounds like what Randy was suggesting too.
Thank you, Matt. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Lisa. This is Mayor Nanda. So I want to go back to the original conversation that we had about this last year, because one of the concerns in regard to the extra curb cut was the fact that I believe it was like 180 something feet from the roundabout, and 250 feet is our general requirement, which is about 13 yards shorter than that. And I do think that, we're talking about young drivers being in this neighborhood. That also creates a dangerous condition. And so part of that conversation as well was the future development, the future traffic patterns and impacts that can happen as, I believe it was east of there, is developed further over time. And so I think that it's important to remember to consider that. And I know that that was, at least for me, a big piece of that decision making at the time. And so I just want to bring those back up because those remain concerns for me. I think that they're very important to consider and part of this really difficult job that we have, which is balancing multiple truths at the same time, looking at neighborhood safety and broader community safety. And those two aren't mutually exclusive, but sometimes it puts us in a position to have to make a decision like this. And so those are kind of the big factors that are weighing with me. As far as the future development and the future impact on traffic, I believe Dave spoke to that the last time that we talked about that, but I didn't know if folks had anything that they wanted to add or any conversations about adding curb cuts to that road in the future. You know, there's one thing to be said for precedent setting, and I think that, you know, if we have a commission that we trust and that will make good, difficult decisions, then that won't necessarily be the case. But no matter what, there will be more traffic on this road as those spaces are developed. So would anyone be able to kind of speak to that?
Mayor Ananda, this is Commissioner Boley. I'd like to speak to that. The rule that we're talking about with the 250 feet is a common rule for all collectors, is my understanding. And I think that the collector street, which is Research Park Drive, is actually fairly limited in its how long it is. I mean, it goes, I think, from Billings to 18th, and there's this, that stretch is, you know, compared to a lot of our other collectors, is not that long. So I see this as something different that is not, that this problem would not be as great in this. And I would not say we'd apply this to other collectors, but for this situation, I'm persuaded it's not as difficult as it might be for other collectors around town. Now, that's just my take on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Boley. This is Mayor Ananda. Does staff have any thoughts about kind of continuing that conversation from the last time we discussed it? Okay.
And Amy Miller, Interim Planning and Development Services Director. I believe Dave Cronin, our city engineer, is on this Zoom call, and he'd probably be the best one that could speak to the safety issues regarding the curb cuts if he's available.
Yeah, I'm here. This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Yeah, our standard is 250 feet on collector streets. You know, when we looked at this last year, you know, we kind of applied the city code and the standard, and also considered that, you know, this area is still largely undeveloped. There's still some potential for additional traffic on Research Parkway, and that it kind of set a precedent for not meeting our access standards. And looking with the waiver requirements for not meeting the code, it's really that we consider waivers in instances where no other feasible option exists, and not for new development type areas. So that's when we reviewed it last year. That's kind of the standards and the thought that went behind the review and the determination of the waiver denial. And so I certainly understand the concerns of the neighbors, but I would just mention that we, you know, the engineering technical side, I would point out that there would be concern in the future with having closely spaced access points on the collector street that may have, will have additional traffic in the future, and may also impact the intersection of 18th Street and Research Parkway, and the operation of that. And so there's some safety concern regarding that in the future. We don't know all of the details of the future and traffic volumes, and but that's when we were looking at some of the thought behind trying to meet the city code in this instance for the access spacing.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you, Dave. I'm wondering, as we talk about the future access points or potential rate, obviously we don't know what that will look like, but on that side of the road specifically, is there development opportunity along there that you think could lead to future requests? Are there vacant spaces on that same side? And I'm just trying to remember of the street where that.
Yeah, I believe there's undeveloped, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I believe there's undeveloped parcels further to the north. There's a lot of two just adjacent that's been developed, but I think further to the north there is. And so when, we're going through platting of lots in instances where we don't have enough room to get dedicated driveways for each lot, we tried to have shared driveways or shared access on lot lines. And so in areas that have not been developed, that is something that we recommend when we're going through platting. I don't know of any specific future development plans for any of the lots further to the north, but we would still follow our recommended access spacing if there was the feasibility of having that spacing from other driveways or the ability to have shared access in the future.
Thank you. This is Mayor Nund again. I think that, as I'm thinking about this, the future potential traffic to me is a big part of this consideration. And, I think that if there were a way to say, here's what's available, there are going to be X number of curb cuts at Y locations, and that's it, that we could somehow limit the impact that one variant would have. But I don't think that we are able to do that. And so there's potential, I think, on both sides of the street from what I remember seeing. And those could potentially have cumulative long-term impact on the traffic patterns of that street. And for me, I think that's a pretty serious consideration. It's not decisive by any means, because I want to believe that we will be able to trust our commission no matter who's up here to make wise decisions when those requests come forward. But I also, obviously it's very concerning to have that ingress egress on 18th Street as well, for all of the reasons that these many neighbors have brought to us. And so I'm concerned with approving it with the understanding that there will be the application for the variance, which we're going to have to assess again. And aside from two new commissioners, we made a decision based on the information that we had that has not changed. I would prefer that we have the 18th Street access either limited or require the Bridgehaven shared access, either widening that so that emergency vehicles can enter. If residents were going in and out of there frequently, or if there were a multitude of outdoor activities through that, I would have greater concern. But I don't know. Those are just kind of the multiple factors that I'm carrying with me, and I would love to hear other commissioners' thoughts on this.
Mayor Nanda, this is Commissioner Larson. A couple points I would just like to bring up for thought is that I think it's important for me anyway that I remember that this entire area was industrial zoned at one time. And as slowly the neighborhoods have been able to develop in what was industrial properties. In fact, this property here has been vacant for 37 years, as well as other properties in that industrial zone. And if you recall, I believe it was last year that we approved a project to rezone to residential from industrial in the same area. So it doesn't seem like this is an industrial park that has garnered a lot of attention for development on the industrial side. It's great to see what's happening with Bridgehaven. I think they've got great projects going there, and this also is a great project, I believe. So I would just like to remind us that, with infill development, we're always encouraging that. And also, what I had recalled from the meeting last May was that the discussion was that we would be able to look at this again based on our decision that night, come back and look at this again and consider that straight on shot for the drive. And that's what I had thought I remembered. So I'm still interested in that because that's what I had thought was going to happen last time. And I am still interested in keeping that entrance off 18th Street and looking at the other one. If legally we can do that, and we can condition it so that we can be sure it's going to happen.
This is Commissioner Boley. This has been difficult for pretty much everybody, I think, and that's unfortunate. I really appreciate that the neighbors have been interested in maintaining the safety and the stability of their neighborhood. That's one of the great things about Lawrence. I also appreciate that the applicant tried to get the variance a year ago and didn't get it. So if we're looking at, what we do tonight, I think that it's important for us to essentially provide the applicant with the ability to do the project. I appreciate, Matt's and Mr. Johnson's offer of working more to determine whether or not this other entrance is feasible. The benefits that I see for moving the entrance from 18th Street to Research Park Drive essentially includes screening. I mean, you'll be able, and this, I think it was Steve Tesdall that pointed this out. If there's a curb cut there, there's no way you can screen this. But if the curb cut is on Research Park Drive, then this can be screened on 18th Street, and it will be much less of an intrusion in that barrier with the residential neighborhood. So there are some really tangible benefits to moving that curb cut. And frankly, that's kind of where I was a year ago. I felt like having the shared access and then an entrance on 18th Street would pretty much funnel the traffic down to 18th Street. So I see some benefits, and I'd like to pursue, that opportunity to move this. But I think that it's important for us to approve the site plan because, frankly, when you look at the legal criteria, I think it does comply with city code. So, and I regret the confusion that we've had around this issue.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye, and I would pretty much echo what Commissioner Boley just said. That's kind of where I'm at this point. I believe that not having the access on 18th makes sense, both from a screening point of view and a traffic safety point of view. I also agree with the earlier statement about this being a collector road, and this being a little different because it's a short collector road, and it ends into a residential road. I'd also say that there is development opportunity to the west, but the value of that property is with its Wakarusa access. There's already a large driveway off Wakarusa that was originally meant for a second building. I think that property will, that development to that vacant land to the west will want its access off Wakarusa. That's where the value is. And so I don't see that there'll be a lot of demand for entrances on and off Research Park Drive in that location. Now, certainly developments to the north could cause more traffic, but of course, the further you are north, the more likely you are to head towards Bar Billings rather than coming down to this roundabout and out on 18th. So I don't think a lot of traffic further to the north will come south. So for those reasons, of course, I wasn't around when the variance was considered before, but I mean, I think that's to me, a reason to grant the variance. I also agree that, from my point of view, it's this is an appeal of a site plan. It's an appeal of an administrative determination, and it's, that typically would be ministerial. And unless we think the staff got it wrong, then I think we have to uphold that appeal. And given the vote back in May, I don't think the staff got it wrong. I think, in that sense, this complies with the plat that was approved, and it complies with the all the codes. So I'm certainly willing to consider a condition that they submit an application and continue it to the end. Again, hopefully that'll work for everyone's sake, and I think it will, but without any assurances that it will comply with the fire code or will comply, then I think we need to go ahead and approve it.
This is Mayor Nanda, real quick. I wanted to ask if Dave has any thoughts on the statements Brad made as to his thoughts about traffic flow in the future regarding those empty parcels.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Yeah, I don't have any information or projections to know what traffic volumes may be from the undeveloped parcels. I just, don't know. It's, I think there will be certainly some of the lots to the north will have access to Research Parkway. So the traffic volumes will increase as development continues and the area is fully developed. There will certainly be more traffic on Research Parkway. It really comes down to what the uses and traffic generation of those sites in the future, and that is unknown at this point.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, thank you, Dave. Other commissioners have, go ahead.
This is Vice Mayor Finkel. I'm not sure if I'm good enough to share my screen here, but I was looking at. Can you see that map? I can't.
Nope.
I can't tell.
You've disappeared because you turned off your video. If you go to share content.
Yeah, that's what I tried, but I don't know. It didn't work. Anyway, I was trying to pull up. Oh, there you. Okay, now let's see if this will work. Can you see the map now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I was looking at the parcel to the west has, a large access point off Wakarusa to the north, where lots of that's going to be recorded. And then to the south, right on 18th, close to the intersection, you can see that there's already a shared drive built for access to that part of the lot. So you have several places in there that's already built in for access to that lot. That's what I was referring to. Let's see if that works. Hey, I feel pretty good there.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, anything else from commissioners?
Yeah, Mayor, this is Commissioner Larson. I just wanted to add a few things regarding the meeting from last May. I think some of the confusion or misunderstanding was on my part. So I think I also agree that staff did the right thing last May based on our decision. But I just had misunderstood and was not clear as to us being able to come back and take a look at that. I thought that, how I remembered it was that I thought we had made that decision. However, when I went back and watched the tape of that a couple times here in the last month, I could see it wasn't as clear cut as what I had remembered. So I give kudos to staff for doing what they were supposed to do, and then also just the work they've done on it now. But I also want to just thank the neighborhood for being so diligent in working with the developer, and also Mr. Johnson, I appreciate what you've done to try to work with the neighborhood. I know it's been a very tenuous year with all the rains that we've had and difficult nature of all that. But just, want to thank you for hanging in there with us.
Sorry, Mayor. Please. So I, like Vice Mayor Finkeldye, was not on the commission last time. So I feel somewhat less hemmed in by those decisions that you made previously. What's most important, I think, is for the safety of the neighborhood and the safety of the entrance of what's most useful and safe for the industrial park, their trucks. So I want to clarify a couple of the ideas that have been thrown out, just to understand. We could approve this site plan with the understanding that the developer would reapply for a site plan that would go back to the original idea of not having any entrances off 18th Street. Right? That's one of our options. If we deny it and they start it all over again, would the net effect for either one of those decisions be the same? Would the developer still be able to build in the same amount of time? I don't know if that's a question for Randy or who, but I'm trying to understand if the net effect of those two options are in essence the same for the developer.
I don't want to speak for Mr. Goff, but this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I don't want to speak for Mr. Goff, but I believe that the situation would be is if this was denied and then they went back to the other way and tried to obtain it and were unable to, they would have nothing to fall back on. They'd have nothing that they could do with the property. I think that's the main concern.
This is Mayor Nanda. Would commissioners be interested in considering the requirement that ingress and egress be limited should that appeal not occur to emergency vehicles?
Mayor Nanda, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I will clarify. So if we were to approve this with the understanding that they would be going through the process to request the separate entrance off of 18th Street, and let's say that they do that and it doesn't happen for whatever reason, then they have this plan where they are using the 18th Street with no limitation on access to that entrance. For me, I think that limiting that to emergency vehicles may address some of those concerns, regardless of whether that that process occurs to get the variance again. So I'm wondering if other commissioners would be interested in limiting the use in that way.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Given the shared entrance and kind of that circuitous road that you'd have to take, and if that's your only entrance on the day in and day out basis, I think that's a pretty, not a very friendly plan, and certainly not required in the code. I mean, the code would give them the 2 access points, and for us to add that condition and leave them with a pretty circuitous route in, I'm not sure I'd be in favor of that.
This is Commissioner Boley. I'm concerned that that would not be sustainable under the review criteria that we have legally.
Mayor Nanda, Randy, would you be willing to speak to that?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. You have the ability to say what the grounds of approval would need to be, whether or not a limited access to 18th Street with only the 1 access on Research Park Drive would meet the code. I don't know that off the top of my head. The planning department may have better understanding of exactly where that would be and what would happen, but you have the ability to make those types of suggestions or changes, is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioner Larson here, and I think I would also be hesitant about following through with something like that, requiring a condition such as what you were talking about.
This is Mayor Nanda. So I just want to be clear that we're saying either we're putting ourselves in a position to contradict the decision that we made a year ago, or we're granting the very access the neighbors are asking us not to grant.
Mayor Nanda, this is Commissioner Larson again. And I guess my comment to that was the decision we made last May. I had an understanding about the fact that we were going to be able to come back and revisit that Research Park entrance. And so that was a misunderstanding on my part. So I'm still willing to look at that, or wanting to look at that, because that's what I originally thought would happen last May.
This is Commissioner Boley. That was my understanding as well. And as I said, I regret the confusion, but my understanding of what the planning director said in that meeting was that we would have another chance to look at that.
Okay, so are folks ready to make a motion?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. But I'll try a motion here and see what happens. I would move to deny the appeal of the administrative determination and approve site plan SP 190278 with the condition that the applicant submit and prosecute to the end the site plan that has a single independent entrance off Research Park Drive that has been referred to as the straight shot, but the single entrance plan.
This is Commissioner Boley. I second that motion.
Sherry, do we need to cite the ordinance criteria in the motion?
Randy?
Mayor?
I didn't hear either of those responses. Go ahead, Randy.
Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. In the motion, I would set some type of time frame for the application at least. Once it gets into the process, then the process will run itself, but I would set some type of time frame for the application to be made at least.
This Mayor Nanda, do we need to make the findings based on the code? Do we need to say that in the motion?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. That would be appropriate as well.
Thank you, this Mayor. You want to go ahead?
This is Commissioner Larson. I would just like to add, make sure I understand this, that they will not move forward with the 18th Street cutaway until they've gone through the process of this Research Parkway entrance. Is that my understanding on this motion?
That was my intent, to prosecute till the end.
Okay.
So do we had a second on that motion, did we?
Commissioner Bowley, I seconded that, and I would, continue the second through the amendments that I've heard.
Is that allowable, Sherry? It's Mayor Nanda.
But Randy, can you, this is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I
Okay.
can hear you. This is Randy.
Randy, does that meet what we had just discussed in terms of stating on what basis?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I think it would be probably a good idea. The second has given the authority to restate the motion. I think maybe restate the motion would probably be the best idea, and then have a resecond.
Thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I'll try again. I would move to deny the appeal of the administrative determination for the site plan SP 190278 and find that the site plan application meets the approval criteria of section 20-1305J of the Land Development Code, with the condition that the applicant submit an application and prosecute to the end for an independent drive on Research Park Drive within 14 days of the approval.
Commissioner Bowley, second.
There's a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldine, a second from Commissioner Bowley. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Yes, Vice Mayor Finkeldine.
Aye or nay?
Oh, we were going to have any more discussion.
No, we made the motion and seconded it. Are you good?
Aye, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Commissioner Ananda, nay. That is all commissioners in favor except Mayor Ananda. Passes 4-1. We'll move on to item 3. Consider approving the capital improvement plan prioritization guidelines and direct staff to use such guidelines in drafting the 2021 and 2025 CIP. Really quickly, I want to thank all of the neighbors who've been on the call and all of our staff for their presentations during that last item. I appreciate that. So now we will move on to item 3. Do we have a staff member who is presenting on that one?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Danielle Bushcutter, and I am going to be presenting what is hopefully a much quicker presentation than what I gave to you all last time on this CIP prioritization process. So I have a brief presentation that I will go through to kind of walk through the changes that have been identified since the last time that we presented this to you a few weeks ago. So I really wanted to start the presentation off by answering Commissioner Bowley's questions that I was unable to answer at that last meeting in reference to with this new proposed CIP and breaking it out into these 3 sections that have been identified, what proportion of the expenditures are we talking about within each of these categories? So for the capital projects that will go through this proposed prioritization process, that is approximately 30 to 55% of the expenditures that we had in our last CIP. Vehicle and equipment replacement made up about 5 to 10%, and then maintenance was the remaining 35 to 60%. One kind of caveat to this that I want to make is that our maintenance programs, we tend to have in there every year for the foreseeable future. And so in those out years, you definitely see a more maintenance heavy plan than in those kind of upcoming 1 to 3 years sort of thing. So one kind of caveat to it, it's a little bit more balanced in those first couple of years of the plan, and then the maintenance programs, as you would expect, really take a larger portion of our CIP. Okay, so the key changes, there was a lot of really great discussion at that last meeting that we presented this to you all. And two big changes have been made based on that discussion. The first is related to the scale. So we have changed that, so it's now 0 to 5 instead of 1 to 5, which ensures that the range of scores is 0 to 100, which should help alleviate some potential compression issues that we could have seen when we went through that scoring process. So that helps open it up quite a bit, which is a really good thing. The second area that we have updated and revised for you all for your consideration this evening is moving the equity and sustainability into two separate and distinct categories. There was a lot of really great discussion on this. So we have made that change, and in order to keep that score out of 100, we reduced the weighting of the external funding category. In reviewing of the tape from that meeting, there were 3 commissioners that seemed to be in favor of this. So we went ahead and included that in here, even though it wasn't an explicit direction given by the commission on that evening. So if that's a change that needs to be made, that certainly is a part of what I hope you all will talk about later this evening. So I just wanted to highlight, these are now our 10 categories. There were 9 last time, really just to, again, highlight that equity and sustainability have been broken out into those 2 distinct categories. And that's really where we'll spend a few minutes discussing tonight before hopefully getting additional feedback from you all. So moving to kind of the structure of this, it'll be set up the same as it was last time, but really the summary is related to our goals as a community to move towards equitable practices. That first key question hasn't changed. It's still related to whether or not the proposed project impacts populations of differing incomes, races, education levels, language skills, ages, physical and mental abilities, or other vulnerable populations. We did go ahead and add that second question regarding whether or not the proposed project is in a low or moderate income area as outlined by HUD. In reviewing some other additional communities that also have equity as kind of a key variable when considering various capital improvement projects, we saw this in a number of other communities, or some variation of it. So that is one thing that has been added and is different than what you all saw initially. The scoring scale, although we broke it out, none of the language here has changed. So still a 0 to 5 scale with projects that have no impact receiving a 0 and projects that have a significantly positive impact receiving a 5. Moving over to sustainability, again, this is our goal as a community to move towards more sustainable practices. The key question here again has not changed, and it's really the extent to which the proposed project meets our sustainability goals as a city. And a couple of the items that we call out specifically are the action you all took to move towards 100% renewable energy and our star rating improvements. And as we continue to get plans in place that help us meet and move towards our sustainability goals, I would completely expect that we would bring this back to you all and update it to include those plans as well. So again, the scoring scale here, although we broke it out, has not changed. So projects that do not help us achieve our established sustainability goals would receive a 0. And projects that have a significantly positive impact on our ability to achieve those stated goals would receive a 5. So I also wanted to kind of bring this chart back before you all because we did change that external funding category to also be a 1 so that we were able to break out equity and sustainability. I did want to put the caveat on here that you all would obviously be reevaluating it or could reevaluate this again in the future so that we can kind of come back to this hopefully later on in our discussion. There was a lot of talk about changing some of these, but not a lot of consensus was kind of built around that. So my hope is tonight that we can start to have some of those conversations again and get this moving forward. There were a couple other considerations that we talked about. Obviously, the various weightings was a key one, and a couple others that I just wanted to kind of bring back to the commission for additional consideration because there was some discussion, but not a clear direction that came out of it. So the other two were kind of refining the summary we have related to equity, and then the other was moving the external funding to a bonus category. So some additional considerations that I want you to consider as we move through this item. And then finally, I'll talk through the next steps a little bit. So we will use this, if we are able to move forward with it, to prioritize our 2021 to 2025 CIP. That is scheduled to come before you all for initial consideration at your City Commission work session on June 9th. So we are hoping that we're able to get consensus from you all, particularly surrounding the categories, summaries, and key questions. If we want to be able to keep that June 9th meeting for staff to bring back that recommended CIP, we need to get moving on it fairly quickly internally as staff so we can go through that full prioritization process. It would be relatively easy to change the weightings later on if there's not consensus made on that, but hopefully the action before you tonight is to approve the CIP prioritization guideline and direct staff to use such guidelines in drafting the 2021 through 2025 CIP. And those three areas are really kind of the key areas that we need to be able to start implementing this. So I would be happy to answer any questions that you all have regarding this and look forward to any discussion and direction that you all have to start moving towards this direction and using this for our future CIP prioritization.
This is Mayor Nanda from the commission. Did you have a question, Courtney?
Yeah, you cut out there for a second. Did you just ask for questions or did you just...
I did, sorry.
my bad. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's more a discussion or a question. I might leave it for discussion.
Commissioner Larson here, Mayor. I had a question for staff. Have you run any projects through this proposed scenario here with the weighting and the scoring? Have you run any of the current projects through that to see how they look on the scoring and on the weighted score?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I think I may have forgot to mention that when I started my presentation, so I apologize. We have not gone through a formal process. We wanted to wait until we had the criteria identified from the commission so that we wouldn't have to go back and rescore everything. So we have not gone through that formalized process to date. Regarding those different weightings outside of, I think some of what you all did a couple weeks ago is kind of look at various projects and kind of talk through those, but we have not done anything beyond that at this point.
Danielle, Commissioner Larson here again. Could you just kind of walk through or explain what prompted you to give a weight of 1 to the equity and sustainability?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. It really came down to, I did not hear kind of clear direction about where we would take points from if we wanted sustainability or equity to be increased in terms of scoring. One thing we have talked about internally is one way we could do that is the idea of moving that external funding category into a bonus category. That would functionally free up that 1 point where you could move that to then a different category that was a higher priority. So it really just came down to it was clearly a point of discussion, but didn't really have a clear idea of where the commission wanted that point to be taken from.
Okay. I also had one more question. This is Commissioner Larson again. The regulatory compliance, and I don't think we talked about this last time. Now I'm seeing it kind of with a little different light. The weight for the regulatory compliance as well as the public health and safety. I'm kind of wondering why public health and safety would not be a higher, just because that's our main job, I think, is to make sure we secure that. So could you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. You are absolutely right. We had a lot of those conversations internally. And I think what it came down to is that values discussion. And it's really, really difficult when you look at these 10 competing values and you have 20 points to kind of use to weight them differently, that it's really hard to identify that. And so I think I spoke a little bit about it last time, that we as staff, when we initially started we did have a much wider breadth between higher scoring categories and lower scoring categories. And the more we talked about it, the more we kind of talked ourselves out of it and really brought in those scoring or those weightings to be much more closer in alignment. So I really think this is something that we're hoping to get a lot of that direction from you all to say this is our priority, because it's something that is certainly difficult to do. And it's something that the more we talked about it internally as staff, I think the closer everything got, because we were all able to make really good arguments for why that should, move up or down and vice versa. So really hoping you all can kind of take this and make it your own. And I think we'll learn a lot once we get the results out of it. And like we mentioned, you're not necessarily bound to those results. If you want to come back and say, whoa, we really think this is completely out of whack and not what we were expecting to see, changing those weights is not going to be challenging from a staff perspective. If you get those results and you go, look, we do not agree with how this is looking, go back and we want to change these weights because we think it's throwing this kind of out of balance. We can certainly do that throughout this process.
Okay. This is Mayor Nanda. Any other questions for staff before we move to public comment and then discussion? Courtney, did you have something?
Yeah, this is Courtney Shipley. I might go ahead and bring this up now. So on your scoring scale under equity, and you said you guys didn't make any change to the verbiage. I kind of felt this way a little bit about the sustainability, but more so with the equity. There's no negative impact. So it starts with it will have no impact and goes to it will have a positive impact. But there's no option for a negative impact, which is a little different than I think the one for budget, for example. It's very clearly there's a negative effect on the budget. And I just wondered if anyone else noticed that, or if you think, because we do in fact make decisions that negatively affect people. So I just wondered where you guys were on that.
This is Mayor Nanda. I think that's a good question. I think that it, for me, floats into the discussion after public comment. But it's something that definitely I want to talk about. I don't know if other commissioners want to weigh in. Maybe we should go ahead and open it up for public comment and then we'll bring it back around. We have one individual who signed up to give public comment on this item. That would be Chris Flowers. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. Yeah, I totally agree about the negative numbers. I think there should be negative numbers because, like, what if something does harm for the environment? I think that should cause a project to lose points. Also, part of my problem is that we're giving out numerical values to stuff that's, some of this stuff's subjective. Like, it's still someone's opinion. And giving numbers to stuff like what improves the quality of life, it seems like it's creating the illusion that it's factual and objective when actually it's just someone's opinion of how much, like, maybe a row of trees is worth in making a neighborhood more beautiful. I mean, I'm not sure there's a solution to that. It's just a problem I kind of have with it. Just that it's making it seem like it's more objective when it's actually more just some of the stuff is opinion. Let's see. And then the more objective stuff seems, and the more facts it seems, I'm just wondering if at some point if city staff are just going to start giving out numbers to projects they want to have the highest number. And I just wonder about that. And then, let's see. Oh yeah, when it comes to equity and sustainability, I think both need to be ranked higher. I'd rank equity towards the top. I mean, I'd give them both a rank of 3. So I don't know if you have to have it so the numbers equal 100 or whatever. And also, I think that external funding, I would think that's pretty similar. It would have the similar weight as location and timing. And I like also, I think we should look at it every 2 years, like what the category's number weight is or whatever. Because like if it goes till 2025, we could have a completely new commission. And why should they be having projects brought to them based on a past commission's values? I think each new commission should set their values and weights. And also, I'd like to see a current project, like when we get the blueprint for this process, I'd like a current project to be put through before the final vote so we can see
Mayor.
how it works. Okay,
Thank you, Chris. Porter, is there anyone from the public there for public comment?
No, Mayor.
Okay, so we will now bring this back to the commission for discussion. Would anyone like to kind of jump first? I see you, Courtney. Go ahead.
Commissioner Shipley, does anyone have any thoughts about the comments I made or the question? Perhaps maybe I should ask Danielle if she has any thoughts about it. That especially with the equity, the idea that the scale has no negative impact available.
This is Mayor Nanda. I think that speaks to how we understand impact on race or other protected classes that we list under that. And for me, you know, when we talk about these issues, there are varying, I think, philosophies. There's a perception that race neutrality is possible, but it doesn't really exist. It's either a positive impact or a negative impact. Otherwise, if there's zero impact, that is essentially a negative impact. And I think that that's kind of an advanced race conversation in a lot of ways that that we haven't had a whole lot of. The questions that they are asking, I think, get these cards in our hands for now, but we are hiring a position that is specifically designed to address these issues. And I think that it will be an evolving conversation as we go through that. And I would hope that we would not pass a policy with a negative impact on protected classes. I think that we can positively impact, not by necessarily changing the category weights, but by tying specifically equity and sustainability to other categories. And so essentially they're getting a bit of a double dip in that, you know, if you look at health and safety, if you are providing an impact on equity that is positive for specific group or groups of people who are not, you know, the white middle class cis heterosexual male, then you are going to score more highly, I would think, in the health and safety, because the impact is greater for those populations. I also think that that could occur with quality of life as well, where, you know, if it scores 2 or greater on equity or on sustainability, that's going to have an extra impact on quality of life and health and public safety. So I think that's one way to address that. I'm trying to think, I can think, I guess, on sustainability, right? If we were like, let's build 4 more power plants that are city owned, that would be a negative environmental impact. And that would need to be a conversation. But I also own a little bit that this is, you know, like Chris was saying, it's highly subjective. We can't create like an objective tool that's going to give us the answer. But that's what our job is that hard job of saying disagree, agree, don't care what it scored here. This is not okay, or this scored really low, but it's vital to our community. Particularly, you know, if it's, you know, this equity impact would be so great, we can't not do this project, even though it only has 5 points. So for me, I think that it's not as complex as do we have negative numbers. It's more, how are we as a commission interpreting those? How are we using those priorities that we know we have to impact the other categories by providing more weight to them, giving them more levity, honestly, or more weight as we move through that process. I'm also owning, you know, the fact that the next 2 years budget cycles are gonna be a bit of catch up, because we haven't been able to do our strategic plan. We had a pandemic. We're in the midst of one, and that is impacting our ability to kind of put all of this to the test in a kind of way that we wanted to. So I'm willing to be patient and see what we have here and use it this year, knowing that next year, this is gonna be stellar. I more than answered your question. I'm sorry. I just kind of kept going with all of my comments, but I think that they're all interrelated.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I had a similar thought on the sustainability as it relates to regulatory compliance. I mean, regulatory compliance, they have rated as a 4. When you read that description, it includes compliance with the self-imposed city ordinances, such as achieving 100% renewable energy within municipal operations, and so forth. So it's not just regulation like EPA and ADA and some of those. It also is our sustainability goals. So to your point, Mayor, I think if you score well in sustainability, you're also going to score high in regulatory compliance, because it's probably going to be in compliance with our plan, or, you know, so it kind of gives you a boost there. So I'm comfortable with the way it, you know, the staff has it set out right now. And again, we're going to go through the process. We're going to see how it works. If we don't like it, you know, we can change it. And we're going to see projects, as you said, Mayor, that some projects might rank low that we say we have to do, or some projects rank high we might not want to do. But I'm pretty comfortable the way it is now. Let's see how it works. And once you get the spreadsheet out and you score it, you can change those. You can, with a touch of a button, you can change the weighting and see what you would do. And that would take not very long on an Excel spreadsheet to change those weightings and see what the impact was and see how things had changed once everyone had the scores in. I'd also say I do agree with Commissioner Shipley just in the way we word some of those. I think there could be a little slightly better consistency in the way we word some of those.
Mayor Nanda, I have this is Commissioner Larson, and I have a couple of comments or questions, I guess, really for Danielle. I wanted to go back to the beginning of your slideshow a little bit, where you talk about the breakdown of what's going to be not going to be scored, and that's the maintenance program specifically. Is there going to be a definitive definition of what constitutes a maintenance program? The concern I have is there's a potential for us to start putting items in that category just to get them away from any sort of scoring mechanism. I just want to know if there's any sort of parameters we're going to be using so we can make sure that lane for maintenance programs is defined appropriately.
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. That's a great question. When we look at maintenance programs and as they're identified here, we're really talking about those ongoing annual programs that we fund every single year. So I think of programs like our water line replacement and relocation program. We're talking about our annual appropriation for our street maintenance. Those sorts of annual programs that you see dollars in our CIP currently in there every single year. Whereas those capital projects are really those kind of one-time projects where you may see funding in a couple years, but it may be land acquisition happens in year 1, design of the project is in year 2, and then we build the project in year 3. So that's really kind of that big distinction between the capital projects and the maintenance programs, is really whether or not this is one time in nature or an annual appropriation to maintain the infrastructure that we have in place. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does to a degree, yeah. Commissioner Larson again, and I just wanted to make sure I understand, are we going to actually have written definitions as to what these 3 items actually mean?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I would anticipate in our budget document that we would have, we would kind of retool the current CIP section to break it out into these 3 separate categories, because we will still report on each of them, and we'll be able to present to you all the project detail sheets and all of that you would get anyway. So in that document, we would break these out into those 3 separate sections. It's not necessarily a part of the document, though, that we brought for you tonight. So it's not reflected there, but it would be in that budget document, I would anticipate.
Okay.
If I may, this is Craig Owens, City Manager Craig Owens. That is something I'd like to see. So we'll work on those definitions, and then we'll adjust them as we start to use the tool.
Thank you, Craig. Commissioner Larson here. Thank you.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Bowley. I would like to clarify or ask for clarification on this. It's my understanding that this process is what will be used by staff in coming forward with a recommendation for a CIP. It's my understanding that the commission will not be bound by these scores, that we will have the opportunity to evaluate the programs, the projects, with the scoring in mind, but not binding us to any priorities as we go through the CIP. Is that correct?
Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. Yes, that is correct. This is the tool that we are going to use to bring you all a recommendation. From that point, it is absolutely yours to make changes and to modify as you deem appropriate. This is just our mechanism internally to bring a little bit more of a standardized process and a little bit more, hopefully, of a standardized output to you when we bring forward that recommendation.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I appreciate that. I think that's an important distinction for us and also for the public to keep in mind as we go through this. And I appreciate that staff is consulting with us through this process so that you can come up with a scoring mechanism that will help us, that will help you reflect what we're looking for in our CIP project. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I would add to that. I certainly agree with that point that Commissioner Bowley made. And I'd also add, for the public to be aware that when the CIP does come to us, it's also a public hearing item, and that the public will be able to see these scores and be able to comment on projects that they think should be higher on the list or lower on the list, and will be able to say, this scoring system didn't work for us or it did work for us, and make their comments at that time. So I agree. I think this is a great start, and I appreciate it, and I think it will help. But at the end of the day, it will be something that people get to weigh in on project by project, as they always have.
Commissioner Larson here. Have we had public comment?
Yes, we have.
Okay, sorry about that. We got lost here. Yeah, I think it's a good start. I'm still a little fuzzy on the weighting part of it, but because it seems like for me, I need to see some examples of how these kind of pan out with the way they're being weighted right now, as well as the scoring goes. And I appreciated the point that was brought forward that each of these categories, when we talk about sustainability and equity, each of these categories also have some of that within those categories themselves, and so that definitely will help. I think with those aspects of where our vision is. I think so. I'm willing to give it a go and just kind of see how some of the scoring works out, and then make tweaks as we need to. But I also want to say that I really appreciate that we're coming up with a system like this, that we could something that's very consistent moving forward, because we started doing the CIP again a few years back, and we've kind of gone back and forth on a few things. And I think we need to get some consistent review and consistent modeling of how we score our projects, and make sure we give it time to allow those to work.
Just Mayor Nanda, I agree. We're not carving it in stone. It's a living document, and I think it will continue to evolve. And I'm hearing that we're all interested in that. So I appreciate the work that staff has done on this, and certainly your willingness to take our recommendations or thoughts on it. If there's no other discussion, do we want to move forward with a motion?
This is Commissioner Bowley. I move that we approve the capital improvement plan prioritization guidelines and direct staff to use such guidelines in drafting the 2021 to 2025 CIP.
Commissioner Larson, I second that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bowley, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Mayor Nanda? Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you all. We will move on now to commission items. Do any commissioners have a future agenda item to add? Any future work session items to add? Any other items? Commissioner Bully? You're on mute. Oh, there you go.
I got a couple things. I want to express my appreciation to Brandon McGuire and to MSO. The folks got pedestrian direction signs up at the location by the pedestrian tunnel. I think that will make the pedestrian experience much safer for people trying to cross Iowa, especially for people who are from out of town visiting us, if we do get more visitors in the future. The second thing I'd like to do is I'd like to express my appreciation. I received this in the mail. This is the flame, and it's in color. It's wonderful. Thank you so much, Porter and all the folks who are doing this. And at the bottom of the back page, it says, this month's issue of the flame was printed in color to bring you a little extra cheer during these trying times. Stay strong, Lawrence. So thank you so much. I sure appreciate it.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you. That was Commissioner Bully. Take the census. If you have it, we have until May 15. Don't make me wear a K-State jersey. The only other I have. Anybody else? All right. We are ready to move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you. On the first quarter financial report, and I'm sorry I'm asking this in front of everybody, Jeremy, are you prepared to go through that, or do you want me to just walk through it?
I can.
Great.
Just a second here. Do I see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is our first quarter financial report, which will cover January through March. This would be what we'll call the good times for 2020. In this report, the year started out really strong for the city. We were very fortunate, and revenue was strong. Our expenses were in line with what we had anticipated. So this is a pretty good report. And then insert whatever graphic you want about the wheels falling off as we enter the second quarter. Just a reminder that this report only covers funds that have appropriations or money authorized by the City Commission of $500,000 or more. We are going to cover revenue, expenditures, reserve, debt management, and investments. And then again, we use the green for positive outlook, yellow for any area of concern, and red for negative. So jumping right in, January through March, the city's key revenues were $2.6 million or 5.6% higher than the same time period in 2019. So we're off to a rollicking start. The only two revenues that have any area of concern would be our natural gas franchise fees. We anticipate that was due to a more mild winter this year when compared to last. And telecommunication franchise fees were about 5% lower than the prior year. And we really don't have a good indication on this other than everything that comes from the state is time dependent. So if a vendor was even 1 day late in a filing, then instead of being on the prior month, they wait and just the following month. So a lot of these, especially early in the year, can be more attributable to timing than anything else. Then just a brief overview of the revenues. Sorry, it's a little hard for me to see. Again, $2.6 million, and the franchise fees were the only areas of concern. So looking at the general fund as a whole, the first column is our entire budget, $81.1 million. Revenues through March 31st were $27.4.5 million. So the amount remaining is about 53.7, which leaves about 66%. And since we're a third of the way through the year, 75% would be what we would consider
our target, and you can see that we have that in most of the categories. Property tax is one of those one-offs where instead of monthly distributions or even quarterly distributions, the state has several distributions throughout the year. So those distributions are weighted in January and July, which throw off what you would consider to be a traditional quarterly budget system. Then looking at all the major funds, hopefully everybody can see that. And this listing shows you those funds by largest appropriation all the way down to the smallest appropriation. Moving on to the expenditure side of the line, our expenditures were higher than they were in the prior year. That is almost entirely related to the police facility that's being built. We'll go through those real quick. Personnel is a little bit higher. That was also budgeted through wage increases. Contractual services is right in line with last year. Commodities are higher, which I'll talk about in just a minute, as well as capital, other, and debt service. And looking at the expenditure increase, the largest change in commodity increase was a change in how we pay the state of Kansas for raw water purchases. In January of 2020, they had asked for that to be upfront rather than monthly as was done in 2019. So it gives the appearance of spending more, but as we go through the year, that'll catch up. And then capital, the 1.7 is predominantly due to the police headquarters, but also a few water and sewer projects that were in the CIP for 2020 that weren't in the CIP for 2019. Other is a new category. This is the internal service charge. As you know from the 2020 budget, this is a new endeavor for the city to sort of normalize those costs across all funds rather than having the general fund bear the brunt of that cost. So that's why it's higher than last year. It didn't exist. Debt service is up slightly. That is, of course, due to the debt that was issued in 2019. And then transfers, as you can see there, is up just slightly. And that had to do with predominantly transfers to the water and wastewater fund for CIP projects and an airport runway grant that we were granted earlier this year. So looking at the general fund on the expenditure side, our 2020 budget is $82.1 million. Expenditures through March 31st are about $15.6 million. So you can see we're actually ahead of budget or under our quarterly allotment of expenditures. We're at 81% budget remaining instead of 75, which is what a traditional would look like in the general fund. Then again, here it is for all funds. Don't think there's anything that I'm particularly worried about on the expenditure side through the first quarter. Some of our funds have, again, larger payments that are made in the part of the year versus the end of the year, but nothing is what I would consider to be out of range for this early in the fiscal year. Again, on the reserve policy, the general fund has a target of 25%. For the first quarter, it's currently sitting at 26%. In terms of, I guess I should follow, in terms of budget, it's at 26%. Because we get so much of our property tax revenue up front, the reserve is, as a term, reserves, cash reserves in terms of relationship to expenditure are lopsided with that property tax payment that comes in January, but those expenditures don't come until later in the year. this chart here is showing all reserves by fund. The only two funds that currently are negative in cash at the end of the first quarter are both grant funds, and that's because, of course, we spend those funds and then ask for reimbursement. So that's more of a timing issue. Some funds that we obviously need to keep an eye on would be the recreation fund that through the first quarter had spent about $194,000 more than it brought in. Of course, as we talk about COVID, we'll talk about this more next week. The recreation fund that typically starts to gear up their revenues for the year in late April, early May, did not do that. So this is a fund we're definitely keeping an eye on, as well as the golf course fund and the parking fund. Again, we have a couple of ratios that we monitor for debt. The first ratio is budgeted debt service to total expenses. For 2020, that's 0.6%. Moody's considers that favorable. They look at anything under 15% as a favorable rating. And then the ratio of general obligation debt to appraised valuation, we're at 1.07%, which they also consider favorable. Just a little more on that. And lastly, investments. Through the first quarter, our investments were very strong as we're starting to come to grips with the new reality. Decided that being more liquid and having cash available for operations and projects is of a greater concern, especially now, than a return on that investment. And so we're starting to sell off some of our investments and carry a little bit more cash, which will impact our investment earnings throughout the rest of the year. But as I said, not really knowing what the impact's going to be from a revenue standpoint, we want to make sure that the city is not in a position where in any kind of a negative cash situation. The last slides are just on the investment portfolio. Our current yield is 1.3, which is a little less than it was last year. Again, a lot of our investments are based on the bank rate. There's a Kansas state law that says we have to offer idle funds to Kansas banks before we go out for any other type of investment. So unless the Kansas bank rate is lower than what those other investments offer, we have to start there. And so a lot of our investments are in CDs, as you'll see on the next slide. Currently, we have just over $105 million invested in these four banks, and that makes up 48% of our total investment portfolio. Currently, our portfolio is returning 0.69%, and the 90-day Treasury, which is our benchmark, is at 0.46. So we are doing a little better than our benchmark. And then inception to date, we're at 5.73, and the benchmark is 5.31. So the investments are looking strong through the first quarter. I think that's it. I will turn it back over for any questions.
This is Mayor Nanda. Are there any questions for Jeremy?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for providing us with the happy piece. We'll try to be graceful with the next ones. Thank you.
This is Craig Owens, the city manager. The rest of the other two report items, one was a deeper dive on the sales tax numbers, and Jeremy already hit on that, and then future agenda items. So all I have to report.
Any questions for Craig? Craig, I was wondering, I think that we had a lot of really cool stuff coming up on our agendas, and for obvious reasons, those have kind of been not shelved by any means, but certainly because we know that there will be robust public comment on those, we wanted to wait until we had better opportunity to engage in that communication. I wonder if, you know, as we start moving forward with our phasing on the health side of things, if we can start looking at creating some kind of a timeline for addressing these things, just so that it's not an indefinite pause, but there is some kind of understanding that movement is still in process, however slow that might be right now. I know a lot of our departments are very overwhelmed with everything that they're dealing with our current crisis. Understanding that once we do have room to breathe, we're not all taking island vacations, but we're going to get to work on the work that we've been doing. Is there any possibility that we could look at possibly as we move forward in these phases, once we get to phase 2, for example, we could start trying to outline some kind of idea for moving a timeline forward?
Yeah, City Manager Craig Owens, I think reflecting back on it was a couple agendas ago that we did say these are the things that are on pause. We'll start to put them in queue again. The bigger question is, well, yes, staff is some staff are doing 2 or 3 jobs still. We can be prepared. In some cases, they were already prepared to move forward. I think the factor still is to what degree do we want to undertake them in a virtual meeting environment. And so to the degree that you're comfortable, there is a trade-off. It's working, we're getting good engagement, but if there's some important things that we want to move forward in this environment, we may have to, and it may be that delay is lesser evil than that. So I think it's more on your feelings about how do you want to engage in this. We do expect that social distancing is going to continue to be part of our lives for quite a while. So that's a factor.
So Mayor Nanda, thanks. I do think that it is important to evaluate, you know, the balance between wanting to have robust public engagement and the ways that we're able to do that through this virtual setting and continuing to move forward the good work that we've begun.
Well,
Mayor Nanda,
City Manager Craig, go ahead.
Go ahead. This is Commissioner Larson. I did have a question. Yeah, I agree with Mayor Nanda. We need to hopefully get some sort of timelines on some of these. And I agree also that we're going to be in a social distancing for quite some time. So maybe we just need to, you know, face reality that this is how it's going to be and figure out how we can work that out so we can address all these. But I did notice on that list of to be determined, maybe I just missed it, was the labor unions discussion. What's the status of that?
Craig Owens, City Manager. I think we were largely ready to move forward and respond to some of the feedback that we had and bring back some proposals that were discussed with the 3 groups. I think that we had done. So we can still undertake that relatively quickly.
Well, I didn't see Mayor. This is Commissioner Larson. I just didn't see it on that list. Did I miss it or?
This is Mayor Nanda. It is on there. It's Resolution 7312 related to employer-employee relations.
Okay, thank you. I just missed it. Okay.
Anything else on the city manager's report? It's Mayor Nanda, sorry. Okay, thank you, Craig, and thank you for our financial report presentation as well. We will move on to calendar items. There are none.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I think we could probably put LAN on there for this month. I believe they'll be having a Zoom meeting, and it would be on the 3rd Wednesday. Is that right?
20th.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Are three commissioners planning to attend that?
I always hope to attend the land meeting.
Yes, this is Commissioner Larson. I do plan to attend.
Okay. This is Mayor Ananda. I admire your availability. All right. So we will add that on May 20th to our calendar. Okay. So at this point, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we have our executive sessions, and then we will return between each executive session, if I understand correctly, to do the new motion to move into the next executive session. So commissioners who are able can, I will be leaving my video and microphone muted. I will turn off my video, mute my microphone, and join the Zoom in another meeting. So I will be remaining. I think that commissioners have various ways of accessing that, and so they may or may not remain on this meeting, but we will return in order to make the motion for the second executive session, and then after that to adjourn our meeting, or if we need to extend any of those. So that said, do we have a motion to adjourn into our first executive session? Nobody wants to go?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. I usually count on Commissioner Boley to do this, but I move to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception, KSA 75-4319 B1. The justification of the executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with Resolution number 7315 at the conclusion of the executive session.
This is Commissioner Boley. I couldn't have done better myself. I second.
Okay, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, a second from Commissioner Boley. Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. It passes unanimously, so we will be back. Thank you.
Wait. Thank you. So you
take roll call to make sure that everyone is here. Commissioner Larson? You're muted.
Here.
Commissioner Shipley?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Here.
All right, we are back from our first executive session, and we have nothing to report. At this time, we will make a motion to enter into our second executive session.
This is Commissioner Boley. I move that we recess into executive session for approximately 20 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding pending litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with resolution number 7315 at the conclusion of the executive session.
Commissioner Shipley, do you want to second that?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bully, a second by Commissioner Shipley. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
All right, we are in executive session for 20 minutes.
think that's close enough. Sherry, do you agree that we're ready to come back, or?
I do. I think we're just waiting for Kurt to confirm he's good.
Kurt?
Oh, we're good. We're back on.
Okay, so we're good.
We are back and we have nothing to report. I guess I should do a quick roll call. Commissioner Larson? You're muted.
I think that's
Here.
close enough. Sherry, do
Mr.
you
Bully?
Here.
agree that we're ready to come
Goodbye.
back, or?
Here.
Commissioner Shipley?
Here.
All right, we are all back. We have nothing to report, again, I will say, and I believe we are ready for a motion for adjournment.
Commissioner Bowley, move to adjourn.
Commissioner Larson, second.
We have a motion, this is Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda? Aye. All right, thank you, we are adjourned. Good
Okay.
night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.